Good morning. I'm Senator Penny Beebe Center from Knox County, and I'll be presiding over this public meeting today. Purpose of this hearing is to invite testimony from members of the public regarding proposed legislation that is pending before this committee, as well as to continue the budget. We're in a work session. Thank you. Okay. That takes care of that. We will be continuing the budget on MEMA. Shall we introduce ourselves? Representative Ardell, would you like to start?
I'd love to, Madam Chair. Yeah, good morning. My name is Donnie Ardell. I represent House District 6, which includes a series of towns in central and southern Aroostook County.
I'm Representative Steve Bunker, District 75, which includes Farmington and Chesterville.
Good morning. I'm Michael LaJoy. I represent District 96, which is part of Lewiston.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nina Milliken, and I represent most of the Blue Hill Peninsula and the town of Trenton and the main house.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County.
Representative.
I'm Representative Tavis Rock Hassenfuss, House District 57, which is Winthrop and Reedfield.
Good morning. I'm Representative Bob Nutting. I represent the towns of Oakland, Smithfield, Mercer, Starks, and a portion of Sydney.
And I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Oakland, and Albion.
Morning, my name is Grayson Lookner. I represent House District 113. It's several neighborhoods in Portland.
Good morning, Matthew McIntyre, House District 18, representing portions of Penobscot, Hancock, and Washington County.
Will you introduce yourself?
My name is Will Tu, and I am the legislative analyst for the CJPS committee.
Okay. Would you like to start us?
Yep. So we're continuing our budget work from last week. As we left off, well, I'll start with the good parts. It sounds like DPS, everything was squared away there, mostly unanimous voting. Didn't need any additional clarity from their department. We do have some issues related to the Department of Corrections today and MEMA that we'd like to cover. So if we could start with the Department of Corrections, as they were first in our budget. Mostly the items I think we wanted to cover today, there might be additional information related to initiatives that the committee voted on, but particularly related to initiatives or language that we tabled. We're looking first at initiative 779, which is on page 23 of our packets. And so this related to providing funding for county jails for medication assisted treatment and medical care recently mandated in public law. So part of that initiative was $4 million. So I think we tabled that for some more information. We do have Department of Corrections here if you'd like to invite them up for more information.
Commissioner, would you like to come up?
Yes.
Please come up.
And I just like to remind the committee that we also have a bill scheduled this afternoon, LD 117, which is an act to amend the state funding for the county jail operations, which is directly on point with the specific budget negotiation we're having here. So if the committee, I'd request the committee that we wait until our final vote for this particular item until we've had the public hearing for that bill, as that may give us some additional information. However, I see a number of individuals here who could speak to this point. So I think discussion at this point would be good, as the public hearing may not be the appropriate time to discuss the budget.
Okay. Are people okay with that? Okay. Will?
So any questions to make to you right now, or you don't want to take up, is there any discussion to be had right now and you want to hold a vote after the public hearing? Is what you're suggesting?
I'd like to just hold the vote after the public hearing, but the discussion can take place now.
Senator.
I feel like I got enough information from the commissioner, but the county wasn't present at the last meeting. And so I thank you, Commissioner. I don't have a question for you, but if anyone from the county, if anyone from the county is present to speak to the estimates that were given and the impacts of the dollar amount being proposed in the biennial budget, I'd like to hear from them if that's possible.
Okay. Would you like to come up?
This gentleman looks very eager,
He
so.
does.
Sorry.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. I'm Tim Curtis. I'm the county administrator for Somerset County, and I'm an appointed member of the Jail Standards Committee or Council.
Okay.
So my question is, can you react to what's in the biennial budget, what you requested and what that impact would be?
So members of the Jail Standards Council met with DAFs and Commissioner Figueroa, I'm going to say back in November. And at that time, we presented a request for an additional $13.7 million in the budget year one and $14.3 million in year two. That was based on estimates that the county governments collectively put together for the costs associated with providing medical assisted treatment to residents in our facilities. That was presented to the commissioner. Commissioner Liberty was at that meeting, and there were several representatives of the governor's staff also at that meeting. We had a back and forth conversation about what those numbers represented. So 13.7 and a little over 14 million in the biennium.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So $14 million and have you got any evidence that shows that need? I mean, and where does it go? I mean, is it substitute drugs or what's cost that much money? That's a lot of money.
So,
You know,
if you were to collectively look at all of the county jail budgets and if you add them all together, it's about $129 million. The lion's share of that is staff, right? So about 70% of that is staff. The next largest budget item for all the county jails is medical care. And that's not medical care for our staff, it's medical care for our residents that are there. Included in some of that medical care costs is some medical assisted treatment. Many counties have started to go above and beyond labor intensive medical assisted treatment, which is more like Suboxone, which is administered every day to residents. And they've gone to a higher cost drug, Sublocade, which is administered once a month and has proven to have much better impact as far as the recovery process. That Sublocade costs about $1,650 per dose. So some of that is impacting this $14 million. But the majority of it is every county has some sort of MAT program. And whether it's administering Suboxone every day or whether it's administering Sublocade once a month, those are the costs that collectively were gathered together from all the counties specific to that type of treatment. And that's where that number of $14 million came on.
so do you have the breakdown of that? Because we'd like to see that because
I can,
to me, just given a big figure like that, it really doesn't. And the other thing is you're saying 14 million above the 4 million that's asked from before. So is that 18 million?
so to be clear, the number in statute is 20,342,000,
Right.
somewhere around
Yeah.
there. The governor's initiative was to add $4 million to
Right,
that.
yeah.
That was in response to the Standard Council's request to add 14 million. So we requested 14 million. The response from the governor's office was 4 million. So we're still just requesting 14 million, which would be another 10 on top of the 24 that is included in the governor's initiative. So we're not asking for 18, we're asking for 14. So in other words, if the total number could get to 34 million from 20 million, that's what we're asking.
And what, I just follow up on this, on
Okay.
this percentage. So, what percentage of this is being used in the facility? And it sounds like you're treating everybody, with 14 million. I'm just kind of wondering, how this all breaks down. That's
So on any given year, 30,000 people will pass through the doors of a county jail. 30,000 individuals, some are repeat offenders, obviously.
Statewide.
Statewide, you take all the county jails collectively, 30,000 people will come through the doors.
Yeah.
About half of those will be bailed out within 24 hours. The remaining 16,000, they'll be screened. Of those amount of people, 75% of them have a substance use disorder issue. So you're dealing with thousands of people. what kind of gets lost in the shuffle here is if you look at our average daily population, on any given day, there's about 1,500. I think the DOC said there's 1,608 people in county facilities as of February 21st. That's 1,600 people, but that doesn't represent the number of people that come through on an annual basis. So thousands of individuals are receiving this MAT treatment. But to your previous question,
Yeah.
I can get you the breakdown data. I know Somerset and Kennebec provided data that I thought was very fascinating because Somerset's was a low manpower, high cost of treatment. And Kennebec's was a high manpower, low cost of the treatment. And so they both equaled out to about $1 million a year.
Right, 'cause I'm just thinking 10,000 people, we'll just say. That's still with 14 million, that's a lot per prisoner. So I just want to see the figures.
Yeah, and I'll see if I can get that to you today.
You're all set, Senator?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Curran.
I think I want to stay on the dollars and the number of residents and inmates. So if we have an average daily residence count at 1,500,
Roughly.
and 75% of them are receiving MAT.
Mhm.
Can we just take that 1,500 times 0.75 times 12 for each month and get like our monthly, like we'll get like, how many do we average on in like that we're serving per month? Would that be right? Like we would get like, how many people are we serving in the MAT per month? And does that start to get it? Because saying 16,000, but we're only serving some of them a few months. I'm trying to get to like how many folks, like how many like folks are we serving in a year? Because our cost number is a year number. And I'm trying to get to that. I don't know if anyone's got a calculator handy, but because it looks like that's still a lot of money. I mean, I'll just do it, 1,500 times 0.75 times 12 equals 13,500 divided. Well, wait a minute, I hate doing math in front of everybody. So how do we get to like equivalent years? Yeah, who should it? How do we get to like what would be like as if it was the same people for a year? Because this is still a lot of money per person.
I can speak to Somerset County. Somerset County administers about 45 doses of Sublocade per month.
45 doses.
And 45 doses times 16, we'll call it 1635. That's about $73,000 a month.
Okay.
So that's just in the medicine.
Right.
So you multiply that by 12.
Thank you.
That's about $882,000. On top of that, we pay a medical professional, we
Right.
pay a doctor to provide those services. So when you add those two together, it runs about $1 million a year just for Somerset County. So I like using Somerset County because you have counties that offer lower amounts, and then you have counties like Cumberland and York and Penobscot that would offer more.
So your staffing is 800, you said 800,000?
882. We can round up to 900.
Okay, so 900,000. And so we're doubling that to get to the staffing to deliver it, roughly plus a little bit more, right?
If you're
Oh, how much was the staffing again?
Well, because it's a once a month
Right.
dose, you don't have the high staffing cost that you would if you're giving a daily dose, like Suboxone.
Right.
So again, I'm just referring to Somerset County. So in this case, we pay our medical professional. I believe she only takes probably about $2,500 a month in a stipend. So the rest of that would be our staffing costs, actually what it costs to bring that resident down to see the medical professional, that sort of thing.
Okay. So it's 2,500 a month for that medical provider.
That's correct. Well, that's it. That's
Plus
just
your other
for
staffing.
just for the Sublocade medical provider.
Right. Okay.
Back
Thank
to your point, Somerset County, we're spending that $1 million on Sublocade. We try to raise that money outside of the property taxpayer. So we're trying to use the available funds but there are limited funds for that, grant funds and so forth. So that SUBLOCADE process that we're running is in addition to the $1.7 million we pay for medical coverage for our residents.
Gotcha.
Say they get injured, need to go to the hospital, they get sick, they need treatment, that sort of thing. That's $1.7 million we pay for our residents. On top of that, we're doing the SUBLOCADE program. So for Somerset, part of that 14 million is $2.7 million for medical care and the MAT on top of that.
May I follow up,
Yes, please.
Are there any other sources of revenue for healthcare of your residents?
For the general healthcare, no. I mean, there's really only a few companies that offer correctional healthcare. And I believe of the 16 or the 15 jails, I believe 7 of them use the same provider because there's just not many people in that field. The money available for substance use disorder treatment is primarily limited to what the counties may receive as part of their opioid settlement funds and what we may be able to write grants for. Somerset was fortunate. They were able to receive about $300,000 from the opioid settlement grants recovery fund. I know that at least a half a dozen other counties applied for those same funds, but were not awarded because it was such a competitive process.
My last question, if I can.
Please.
Just for my own naivete on this, I know that Main State Prison cannot charge Medicaid for services. Is that the same for the jails, even if people are pre-conviction?
Pre-trial, yeah, that's a good point, Senator. Exactly the same. As soon as an individual is arrested, they lose their right to main care or Medicaid.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple clarifying questions. SUBLOCADE is extraordinarily more expensive than what the other counties are using, right?
Correct.
And I think you said it, but I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding correctly. You have to have a separate medical professional than who already staffs your jail for the purpose of administering the SUBLOCADE?
That's the way Somerset has designed it, yes.
Okay. And then my last question is escaping me now. It's really early and it's Monday. Thank you. I'll get back.
Just to clarify, in every county that has a contract with an individual or a group to provide the medical coverage, within that contract, there is a segment on MAT. But the contract that we have is specific only to SUBLOCADE, and they'll only offer the SUBLOCADE in that. We still have to pay for the medication separately, but the medical professionals in that contract will only do the I should say Suboxone, which is the daily treatment.
Nice.
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
And the SUBLOCADE program, I listened to your podcast. I think, was that you?
It wasn't me, but yes.
Okay.
Somerset.
SUBLOCADE has a significantly higher success rate than Suboxone, methadone, and other
That's
MAT. Has there been any looking into whether or not all of the county jails should be providing SUBLOCADE, and if there's a way to get the price down by having all 14, 15 counties jails?
15,
Right, 15, right.
15.
I think that Knox and Lincolnshire or Saginaw and Lincoln.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I wasn't privy to these conversations, but I understand they did exist. I believe that initial shock, the sticker shock of that $1,600 price tag said, no, we really can't afford to do that. But that's why I refer to those studies done by Kennebec and Somerset. If you compare what Kennebec is doing with a highly labor intensive process where you have to pay somebody to bring these residents down every day, then you have to wait for a 20-30 minute period, make sure they took it, make sure it dissolved, make sure they didn't hide it and take it back and sell it. So once you do all of that, that's much more labor intensive. It still equals out with the same number of doses to about $1 million a month. We're in year 3. This is our 3rd year with SUBLOCADE. And so I think now we have the evidence to show that it may be more cost effective to move to that statewide. But again, you'd have to get the buy-in from all those different jails and state prisons.
I also sorry, one last point, and it's not really a question, but I think that what's missing from your statement there is that you have an enormously higher success rate of people being released and not overdosing and dying.
That is correct.
And I think that, in my opinion, there is an enormous cost benefit to that in the emotional harm that's done to communities when people pass away from this disease. So I
That's a good
appreciate
point.
very much what you're doing. And
If I could add, the person that could really speak to this well is Dr. Elaine O'Connor. And Dr. O'Connor is our medical professional, and she's written most of the grants. She's done the interviews with the New York Times. She's been featured on those podcasts. And again, I can't do justice what she can provide, but that rate of 67% success compared to 23%
Wow.
success with
Yeah.
Suboxone is a huge difference.
Representative Lickner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just put a fine point on what you're saying. I don't think, I feel like in the legislature, you really need to like break things down for people in a very, bite-sized way that people can easily digest. And sometimes that means you have to like pull together a group of like stakeholders and experts and who are going to come to this committee and tell us this medication is saving lives and compared to what some counties are doing, it's more effective. So has any of that effort been done like in a way that everybody on this committee could just easily like, oh, wow, this makes a lot of sense. Why aren't we doing this?
So I have reached out to Dr. O'Connor and she's ready. She's ready to come testify. If the proper avenue is there, she's ready to come testify on the benefits of Sublocade.
You're all set? Senator Sirwa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Lochner makes a good point. I just think we need to have a breakdown for all the counties and what they're doing because, just to say $14 million, that's almost like 3/4 of what the budget's been added. So just for drugs.
Right.
So I'm saying we're looking at a very big, high expense.
Yeah.
So we need to show somehow.
Yeah.
We can't just say, yeah, this is what we need.
Certainly.
Go with it.
That's understood. And to your point, we did provide that breakdown to the Department of Corrections and to DAFs and to Commissioner Liberty and to Commissioner Figueroa. So they have that breakdown. They referenced it in our conversations with them.
Yeah.
Maybe it needed to be broken down a bit further for a more easier understanding for everybody. Because to your point, sometimes you need that fine point on that. And to your point about 3/4 of the amount, if you're referring to the 20 million that's in state statute right now, we're asking for another 3/4 of that in 14 million.
Right.
The 20 million in state statute was established as a jail operating fund, not specific to MAT. But in 2022, the MAT was mandated. So that was new legislation that's only been around for 2.5 years.
Right.
So it's taken us, we've kind of had to catch up from behind from the county's perspective. When that law was passed, we weren't fast enough to say, hey, there's a fiscal note to this. And so we've taken us 2.5 years to come up with that fiscal note to say that MAT has a cost and it's a mandated cost.
Yeah.
It's good and it's important and we should be doing it, but there are costs associated with doing it effectively.
Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just actually a process point of clarification, going back to your previous request. I'm prepared to make a motion on this line item right now. However, I think I heard you say defer until the public hearing later. Is that?
Yes, I think we'll get more information with the public hearing later. And so the final vote, we can wait for that.
Is that okay? Because that's specifically what the bill that we're going to hear this afternoon is about.
Okay, I will defer.
So I think this conversation is to get all the questions out that we need to ask, get to where we think we're ready for that motion and ready to vote, and then we can have a very quick vote in the public hearings, hopefully. So
Back on this line.
on that exact line item.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Representative Bunker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and just as part of the county's calculations to come up with their individual numbers, I heard you make reference to the labor costs related to it. Tell me how that's calculated. Are we looking at correctional staff time to be able to manage individual residents to come down, take their treatment, process them back in, work their way back and forth to to that?
Essentially correct. So if you were to take a corrections individual, which usually gets paid somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 an hour, depending on what county they're serving in. And you have to do a labor intensive process like Suboxone, where every day someone has to escort a resident down, has to wait with them there while they take the treatment, which is a dissolvable tab under the tongue, make sure they don't divert it, try to put it in their pocket. Make sure that they've done it, and that's about a 20-minute process in the back. So if you estimate, that takes about 45 minutes of an individual's time, and you're doing that a dozen times a day, and then you multiply that by an annual number, that's where you're coming up with that high labor-intensive costs. So.
Follow up?
Absent providing MAT services, would there be less need for total staff in a correctional facility?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The, just briefly, and this might be a general estimate, but what would you say the total cost is to implement MAT personnel and material doses across the state for all the jails for 1 year?
For all the county jails, not including the state prisons?
Jails, I said.
For all the county jails? I would say it would average, because some will be higher, like Cumberland and York and Penobscot, some will be lower, but I would say it's about $1 million per jail. So $15 million is what I think it would cost.
Good, thank you.
Are there other questions? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you described about the coverage for this, is it 1 or 2 manpower that you're gonna need a year? Because all you'd have to do is just say what you pay that person a year. And then, so is it for that jail? I mean, for coverage, because I think if you had one person full-time just doing that, you figure, is it 1 or 2 people you need a year?
I would imagine it would be 2. Yes.
So we'll say they make, well, you maybe paid with benefits and everything, 60 or 70,000 a year, so 140,000.
I would say 100,000 apiece would pay in benefits.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, so 200,000.
yeah. All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Think okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will.
Okay, so we will be circling back to that
Yep.
after the public hearing. The remaining 2 parts that were tabled were language parts. So the first one is Part Z, which is on page 107 of our packet.
What? Senator Curry.
Thank you. I think I was the one that tabled this one. I just wasn't sure what it was, and the committee respected my request, and I thank them for that. I've since been told what it is. I'm fine with moving it in. If everyone else wants to hear what I learned, we're fine, or we can move forward.
Why don't you fill us in?
Yep.
Commissioner?
Yeah, so this is the one related to federal borders. And we have the statutory authority now to house federal borders. Historically, the U.S. Marshal Service has asked us to take some because there are some scattered throughout the state now at the county jails. And for convenience, some of them they'd prefer that they go to the state prison system for programming and more normalized environment.
Representative Lichtner?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was gonna ask a question. When you're.
Okay.
Yeah, could we let him finish and then, okay, okay.
And so
Thank you.
we have that ability now to house those residents. And again, the U.S. Marshal's U.S. Attorney has asked for specific programming and that sort of thing. But there's a financial disadvantage to us for the department to do that, because currently the statute doesn't allow their payment, whatever it may be, when negotiate that. Let's say it's $130 a day to house them. It goes to the general fund. So what would happen is the the department would incur the cost to house them and it would go to the general fund to be a negative impact on my budget. What this language does, it enables us to capture up to $250,000 of that revenue that goes back to the department, and we're asking that be channeled to the resident benefit fund. So what it does, it takes advantage of those funds for the resident benefit fund, which has more than 75 jobs for the residents, provides them some income, and they can pay restitutions and other things, other debts. And it also allows us to provide programming and items to support the residents without burdening the tax dollar. So that's what that allows us to do. Anything in excess of $250,000 goes back to the general fund. And as you remember, there's the background of that is we lost 22,000 a month as a result of the FCC's ruling not allowing us to charge any more than 6 cents a minute on the phone. So we lost 3 cents a minute. That's what we're trying to backfill so that the residents don't feel any negative impact with that.
Okay, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we compelled to house federal borders?
We have not.
Okay, then why are we doing it?
I thought I just explained that.
Yeah.
We don't now, we don't house them now. If we house 6 federal borders, that would allow us to backfill the money that we lost for the residents in the resident benefit fund. That's the advantage there, to help the residents that we currently have. We have capacity for them. We have many of these individuals that are federal borders are Mainers. I think that they'd be better served in a more normalized environment, getting programming and treatment than they may in some of the county jails that may not have access to that sort of treatment, programming, education. And so I think that the residents who, in large part, are Maine residents, they would have better programming, treatment, better outcomes, I think. And we have capacity to do that. And in doing this, we can enhance the resident benefit fund. If we do not, we're going to find that the resident benefit funds significantly decline and we can't provide the level of service, jobs for the residents, programming, the things that the resident benefit fund currently funds.
Follow up,
Just,
Representative.
Are the jails housing federal borders who aren't Maine residents?
Anyone that's arrested in the state of Maine goes to a local county jail now, whether they're residents or non-residents.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, are there a significant, are we talking about INS holds? Is that what we're talking about?
We have the right, according to the contract, to grab anyone that we wish, If we decide not to detain INS detentions, we can decide not to do that.
So, but in the jails right now, so I'm not talking about Maine State Prison or MCC or whatever. I'm talking about in the jails. We're already housing a significant number of INS holds. Is that?
I'm not
correct?
certain of the number. Is anyone here from the county that could speak to that? Do you know, Sheriff?
I can only speak for my county. We do not have any of them. We have a contracted bench.
Well, I know in Cumberland County, we got a huge number of them. And I'm just wondering kind of what the benefit is to the state of Maine and why we should do it at all.
I think I explained that it'd be a significant benefit to the individual receiving better treatment, programming, education. It'd also benefit the resident benefit fund. So the 1,900 residents that are currently incarcerated with us can continue to benefit from jobs, programming, and enhanced purchases of items that help them.
Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm trying to engage the trade space up here of all the moving pieces that I'm learning rapidly. So first simple question. You have said it's not being compelled. I'm going to jump quickly. Is 250 enough?
That's the number that we lost with the FCC ruling, is we just want to backfill what we've lost annually.
Okay, thank you. I think, I have concerns about overcrowding in the jail system. If we take in these residents, what does that do to the overcrowding situation downstream?
Thank you. There's no overcrowding in the county jails or in the system, the whole system, or in the Department of Corrections. Not a concern.
No overcrowding.
None. We have 2 correctional facilities at the county level that manage populations that exceed their rated capacity. But the other 13 have no challenge of that, and neither do the Maine Department of Corrections.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for the commissioner? Yes, Representative.
Just a clarifying question. Thank you, Madam
Yes.
Chair. the folks that we're talking about who would otherwise go to county jail, are they pre-trial or pre-adjudication?
They could be either or.
Okay, I mean, I remember last year we had a bill that would allow people who were mentally incompetent to stand trial. We had a bill about that, and I have really strong concerns about sending people to prison having been convicted of no criminal offense. So I'll probably be opposed to this. I have other concerns about it too, but
I would say this, that we currently have the authority to house those residents now. This is only a fiscal move. That's all it is, just fiscal. We can hold those residents now. This is not enabling language that allows us or not to house federal resident borders. We can do that now. This is just allows us to capture 250,000 to help the existing residents.
Other questions or concerns? Yes,
Sorry.
Representative.
so to clarify, you're saying that right now you have the ability to take folks who are being detained for INS or ICE detention, move them out of county jails and put them into Maine State Prison or any MDOC facility.
Yes,
And that all this language would do would allow you to be paid to do that.
correct. Up to 250,000, moving it into the RBF.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I see this currently, if this is not passed, this language item is not passed, you have the same authority to do whatever. The difference is if this is not passed, it goes immediately into the general fund, whereas if this is passed, it will benefit residents of Maine State Prison.
That's correct.
Okay. Are we ready to, do I have a motion? Senator Searway.
I make a motion to pass, ought to pass on this, to benefit the inmates, I think. It's rather than going to the general fund, I think it's important that this helps their programs or whatever, so.
Do I have a second?
I would second, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you.
For the purposes of our report back to Representative Lipnar Milliken, wants to say anything additional or?
Do I have to give you that right now?
No,
This
you
is
don't
not a
have to.
divided report,
Yeah,
so I could talk to members of AFA.
Yeah.
And we can put it, we can put your response in the letter that we draft, and so the chairs can work with you to identify what you'd like to say there.
Yeah. Okay, so the final part that was tabled.
Yep.
Is part CC, which is on page 108. Moving into page 109 of our packet. And this part was related to authorizes DOC by financial order to transfer unobligated balances from personal services to all their line category and Long Creek Youth Development Program.
We're on page 109.
Yep, bottom of page 108, going into page 109.
109. Are there any questions? Representative?
Yeah, I'm just curious, was there any more information that the department would like to provide about the Long Creek funding? I know we got this paper here showing the contracts. Is there any more information, breakdowns or anything like that that was prepared for that?
If any of the requests, I would just say this, that this language is enabling, which is consistent with what we do every year. If there are monies for personal services, whether we weren't able to fill positions or we deliberately didn't fill positions, that allows us to transfer that money into the community, which you see there, I think it's at 4.6 million to provide for diversion and smooth transition back into the community. And that was consistent with what we've been doing the last couple of sessions, allowing us to transfer that money where it's needed as opposed to that being held in those personal services lines.
Yeah, so I just didn't know.
Follow-up question?
Yes, and this is not, maybe not specifically related to that line item, but into the Long Creek budget more generally. I didn't know if there was like a breakdown of the costs for, personnel, teachers, that sort of thing, if there's anything that's been
I don't know.
prepared
Yeah, that information. So.
on that.
I'm looking right now.
I just recall being curious about that. I didn't
Yes,
know
the
if there was
breakdown as
any-
opposed to, I remember your comments related to the facilities itself and clinical services, teachers, all of that, right? We'll get
Yeah.
that to you.
Yes, right. I mean, and this
Possibilities.
is good for the community services, but then, how much for the other stuff?
I'll get that to you hopefully this afternoon.
That would be helpful, I think. Thank you.
Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. That's new information to me and I'm trying to process it rapidly. Can you give me a couple examples of where that money has gone in the past?
Yes, and so we have a document that co-chair Hassenfuss has, and that document indicates that back several years ago, we had a juvenile justice task force, and some of the findings were, how can we reinvest monies that have been allocated to Long Creek to more community-based services? And so we were able to freeze positions, I believe 10 at the time, and use that money for counseling, for restorative justice, for outdoors trips, for housing, for education, for food, for diversion, so they don't come into the facilities. Also for a smooth transition if they didn't have those resources back to the youth. And you can see that in front of you and the amounts. And I think it's about 4.6 million is transferred from personal services. And that gives us the flexibility to do that, to expand or contract depending on the resources without having come back to the legislature for new additional funding. Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Juvenile Justice Task Force, is that no longer meeting?
That's
Because
correct.
I thought we had a bill several years ago which mandated that it met at least through, when did they stop meeting?
I don't recall. I don't know. It's been a couple of years.
Because I thought they were supposed to be, there was language in the budget several years ago about ensuring that the Juvenile Justice Task Force continued to meet at least through 2024. So I'm not sure if they're still making recommendations or not.
I don't recall. Of course, we have the JJAG that continues to work on youth programming and identifying. We also have regional care teams. Those regional care teams are in each of the three regions in the state of Maine, and they meet monthly to determine what the needs of a particular individual may be or a program may be, and they request funding through JJAG and through the Department of Corrections for those programs.
I guess I got another question about of the 4.6 million that goes to the community. Are you working with DHHS to determine like kind of the most suitable programs and needs for youth?
Yes, Representative. We have a collaboration with HHS and for further more finite information, I could bring Associate Commissioner Tebow here to talk about just the work she's doing with the Children's Cabinet and the other sort of enabling language we had last session to work in a collaboration to better address youth.
You all set? Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative.
Commissioner, on that note, something that is struck me sort of throughout the years is it seems like, a lot of these programs, right? There's the diversionary programs, which you don't necessarily need to be in the custody of Department of Corrections here. Now, obviously, if you're paying for it, then it would only be for those individuals that are there. But do you see any real benefit in this money being allocated to your agency for people who are in the custody, or as if those same individuals perhaps were diverted pre custody of DOC, that funding could be used elsewhere before they get to you?
So I think in previous testimony, we discussed 2,000 or so youth are referred to JCCOs, and that's the process. Deputy COA is on the road to some crime or something's happened. He makes a referral through JCCOs. The JCCO decides, following statute and the guidelines, if that individual should be detained or if the individual can be managed in the community. And so it doesn't often result in an arrest, but criminal conduct has happened or something's happened. And so that allows us through the regional care teams regional treatment teams to identify what resources we could bring to bear. And they may be working with them for some amount of time. They may be working at the Alphon Youth Center in a program that we fund there, where they're doing recreational activity, positive male role modeling, that sort of thing. So I think that this does make sense because some sort of crime may have happened or incident may have happened, and the JCCOs are working every day to try to coach and mentor and navigate to avoid the system. It makes sense to me.
A follow-up question?
No, I don't really have a question for it. I think it would take far too long to tease out the intricacies of what I'm looking for. So I'll hold my questions for now.
Any further questions? Do I have a motion? Representative,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would so make a motion to support.
do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Senator. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will,
Yep. So that was the last part for the Department of Corrections.
do we want any reason why?
We can chat with the letter. We'll go through any members who have voted in opposition to moving something into the budget. We can review the letter. You can let us know if you'd like to make any comments on those votes as to why. And that goes for previous votes as well.
Okay. Will, thank you, Commissioner.
So that covers the Department of Corrections. So last for MEMA, I mean, technically, didn't necessarily table any votes. I mean, we went over the substantive initiatives. I think it was more of a technical issue that Senator Curry had brought up regarding if so much federal funding was drying up, how was the general fund parts increasing, but the federal expenditures losses weren't as much. So MEMA provided with us this morning 2 documents. One is the Excel sheet that was handed out. The other one is more of a substantive memo regarding those explanations. And so from my understanding is none of those were necessarily typos or anything. I think there was more explanations as to why the general fund was increasing, things that fell outside of the federal expenditures. I don't believe we have anybody from MEMA here today.
Okay.
So I mean, if there are any clarifying questions regarding the memo or their math, you guys can, the committee can direct them to me and I can try to get answers from MEMA while we do public hearings and lunch.
Okay. Senator Curry?
Sure, I'm just seeing this for the first time.
Yeah.
I appreciate receiving it. It's still rather confusing to me. It doesn't quite answer my questions at this point. What is our deadline for reporting back?
It's Tuesday.
Tomorrow. So it's today that we've got to get an answer to it. Okay.
Can we ask someone from
Yeah,
MEMA to
I'll
come this
ask
afternoon?
Joe.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So shall we table this again? Senator Zierway?
So according to this, it looks like it's gonna double funds almost, or,
From the general fund.
yeah.
I also received it this morning, so I'm not sure on the exact numbers of what it'll do to our fund, but yeah, I would have to ask Joe.
Okay, it's just, all right, thank you. Just
So
wondering.
Will, can we table this for now
Yeah.
and then this afternoon?
Yeah.
Take it up?
Yep.
I believe that takes care of the biennial budget. Okay. So now we'll go into public hearing. The purpose of this hearing is to invite testimony from members of the public regarding proposed legislation that's pending before this committee. The committee will hear testimony from persons present who wish to speak for, against, or neither for nor against the bills to be heard today. With leave of the chair, committee members may ask questions of any person testifying today. Other questions are not permitted. Whether or not you testify, you may submit written testimony to the committee. Please be mindful that testimony is public and is available to all once it is presented. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of the meeting will be archived. Okay. So the first bill that we'll take up is LD 679, an act to increase the funding to the Live Fire Service Training Facilities Fund. Is there someone to present that? Okay. I think the sponsor.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Beebe, Senator Representative Hassenfuss, and distinguished colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. As you know, my name is Senator Chip Curry. I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. Today, I am presenting LD 679, which builds on the progress this committee has made in strengthening Maine's fire service training infrastructure during the last session. In the 131st legislature, this committee heard and unanimously passed LD 1280, which sought to provide ongoing funding for Maine's fire service training facilities. However, the bill's original structure was modified through the budget process, and instead of ongoing support, a one-time allocation was eventually passed into law. That funding was crucial, but the urgent need for continued investment remains. Firefighters across Maine rely on live fire training to develop and maintain the skills they need to respond effectively to emergencies. This includes everything from interior search and rescue, operations and hazardous material handling to structural fire suppression. LD 679 provides a one-time $1 million general fund allocation for the 2026-27 biennium. These funds will go directly to the Live Fire Service Training Facilities Fund to support the construction, repair, and modernization of Maine's fire training sites. This investment ensures that facilities remain safe, functional, and accessible for firefighters across the state. In a state that relies heavily on volunteer firefighters, we need a network of fire training facilities across the state. We cannot expect our volunteers to drive halfway across the state for the training they need to serve their communities. By investing in these facilities, we are strengthening the ability of our fire chiefs to recruit, train, and sustain strong, effective departments. Well-trained firefighters lead to more effective responses, fewer injuries, and better outcomes in emergencies, all of which contribute to public safety. This bill represents a continued commitment to ensuring that Maine's firefighters have the resources to do their jobs effectively and return home safely. I urge the committee to support LD 679, and I appreciate your time and consideration. I will be happy to answer any questions, or would be also happy to defer to the people coming behind me with the who you are quite used to hearing from.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Senator. Welcome.
Good morning.
Beg your pardon?
As a co-chair, I'd like to offer brief comments.
Oh,
A
please.
co-host.
Please.
Want me to put your name in?
Make it happen.
I'm sorry, I
I might as well finish what I was doing.
I'm sorry, Representative Bunker, I didn't see you.
That's
Thank
quite
you.
all right, Madam Chair. I hadn't been prepared to speak today, but I wanted to get on record in my support for this, and I'll follow up with written testimony later on. I want to be on full public disclosure to my committee members that I've been a longtime member of the Fire Commission, for which you have been entertained with many presentations here. And also that my hometown community of Farmington is a recipient of past grant awards for facilities. So I can speak to very much in person as to the benefits of these. And also as a longtime adjunct instructor with the Fire Institute themselves and doing N tests for candidates for those. I absolutely value the importance of being able to do that in a facility that meets best practice standards for its engineering and its safety on those. And I would say also as a former select person, having these state funds is a huge benefit to offsetting those facility costs for local tax bases. So I can speak to that. And it's there's much left to be done on that. We have some great examples of facilities done to date, but as the prime sponsor of this mentioned, there's much left to be done on that to get adequate number of facilities within reach of our firefighters, that their essential training is done in a safe setting themselves. So there are many people that can speak more to that, to my rear on that, and I will leave the time available for them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Bunker.
Now you're on.
Sure. A big part of this is knowing your place. See, I want to make sure. Good morning,
Good morning.
Senator Beebe, Senator Representative Hasselfuss, and members of the committee. My name is Chief Dan Brooks. I'm the chief in the town of Winthrop, but I stand here today as the chair of the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission, which is a legislative commission that reports to you folks. We're a 23-member organization that represents all the different levels of the fire service. Senator Curry, Senator Seaway, Representatives Bunker and LaJoy, and Representative Craig as all members of our group as well. And we always appreciate their support and enjoy seeing them at our meetings. So this bill before you, as the Senator and Representative mentioned earlier, the idea of this is from a study we did within the Fire Commission. When the commission was created in 1999, one of our mandates was to work on training for the state and to talk about training facilities in specifically. We, through a study, came up with the desire to build facilities within 90% of the firefighters in the state of Maine, which required 11. We had the initial funding of $500,000 a year for 3 years, 1.5 million. That allowed us to build to replace a facility, build 2 new facilities, and do some repairs to a 4th facility. We then got, in the following legislature, we got roughly $350,000, which we have not invested yet. The last legislature gave us another $1.5 million, which we have out in bid right now. We actually have a grant process in place, and we're waiting for those grants to be submitted back to us so that we can work on repairs and continue construction. One of the issues that you're probably well aware of is that the costs of these facilities are also growing up exponentially. So each process that we go through, we have less funding in order to try to accomplish our goal. However, we are excited to continue to move forwards. We should build at least 1, if not 2 facilities during this process, although we are aware of several facilities that are going to be asking for funds for repairs. It's kind of a double-edged sword. The current facilities, we need to keep them running until we can replace them, but they are very aged, some of them are pushing 40 years old, and it's difficult to be able to replace those fast enough. So it's requiring ongoing monies for repairs. But we do intend to replace a couple this year. This funding of $1 million would allow us to continue those repairs, on the older facilities, as well as probably build at least one more facility. So our current process allows us to, we have bids from vendors to build the facilities that are good for 2 years. So an additional $1 million, we may be able to slide that right into the current process that we're working with. So we appreciate your support in the past. You've always been very supportive of us and the other members of public safety. And we appreciate that. And I just thought I'd take a minute to kind of introduce the overall program and myself. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Do you have any written testimony?
I don't have written testimony. I cannot read off a piece of paper and sound intelligent.
Okay.
I was born to be a used car salesman, so I have to just speak from the heart, but I will be submitting some before.
Would
then.
you sign in? Did you sign
I
in?
did sign
Oh,
in.
that's good.
Earlier. I signed in much earlier. But I'm on the list, so.
Okay. Are there any questions? Senator Curry.
Thank you. Be really careful. And I know sponsors are not supposed to ask questions, but I think you missed the one word in your testimony, which was, you said the goal of the 11 was, the goal of the original commission was to make sure that a fire training facility was within a certain distance of 90%. What was that distance?
I'm sorry. We call it 1 hour. Now that's 1 hour and a piece of fire apparatus. So one of the things that's a little bit different for us, it's not easy, but having a single point of location for, say, a police academy, it's very easy for an officer to get in a cruiser, drive over to the police academy. For us to do fire training, we need multiple pieces of fire apparatus, and we're probably stripping multiple towns, 3 or 4 towns worth of firefighters in that community, especially in the volunteer sense. So that's the real desire, to have facilities spread out around the state. It's, if they think, I was in Presque Isle Friday teaching a class. If I was in Presque Isle and I had to bring 3 or 4 trucks and 2 or 3 guys and bring them all the way down to Augusta, it's very incumbent. So that's part, people question, why do we have so many facilities? It's part of it is trying to keep people local. And I'm sorry, I'm glad you brought that up. It's 90% of the firefighters within an hour of a facility.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one thing I'd like to hear from you and the others is how much this has really changed the quality of the firefighter. Because I think that, with this training facilities, that you're getting a person that's much more confident in what their abilities are. And so I don't know if you're noticing it, if there's a big change in those facilities that you do have the training at.
I would say that, quite frankly, the difference in a lot of it is safety. Every facility that was, before we started this process, every facility was locally built. I know a mason, I can get some lumber from the local lumber yard, that type of thing. And these buildings were built that way. Once, at one point, we have and I'm sure Jim will speak to that, MFSI. Part of this process is we do every 5 years an engineering study on the buildings to make sure that they're safe and meet standards. That's new within the last 10 years, but we've funded that. So these buildings are, in each process that we've gone through, this next grant process, the buildings that we're designing have a lot more features to them than the first round. We've learned what works better, what we're maybe could use more of. So you're absolutely right. It's safer, better training, and these buildings are designed for this. Not only that, but we can do more training in them without sacrificing the building or causing other problems. And these are facilities that have other functions to them. Right now, we're just trying to get the buildings up, but there's areas for car fire training, and you can use it you don't have to have a fire in it, although that's what it's designed for. You can throw ladders and that type of stuff. So we're going to see a much bigger uptick in this group of people that are applying for this grant than we did the first time. First time we had 8 requests. I guarantee you we'll have at least half again as many as that, if not double. They're very successful, so a lot of people are trying to get them in their area.
Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I'm a little bit off here, but when I was a kid, there was a building across the road from where I grew up that was an abandoned cabin in the fire department.
Mhm.
You know, burned it as a training exercise. And I can't imagine that's still a very common thing, given, you know, all the pollutants that are in houses, given the housing crisis. I can't imagine you're just going around and like burning down abandoned buildings. Or is that still happening? And is this like a supplement to that?
So the procedure is still applicable. It can be done. There is I don't want to say a bunch of hoops or whatever, but there is quite a process you have to go through to get permission. DEP is involved. There's a bunch to do with that. Quite frankly, not to get too morbid, but most of the training deaths for firefighters have been in buildings that were what we call an acquired structure. It was never designed to train in or to burn or to put it on. So acquired structure training is inherently more dangerous. And in general, these facilities are ready to go immediately versus acquired structures. To do it properly takes a lot of work to prepare the building, and a lot of times buildings, and especially when we talk about those deaths, were done in buildings that weren't really prepped well enough to do that training in. So it may still happen. It does still happen a little bit, but it's a lot of work and preparation to use that building versus us just driving to a facility that's ready to go, safer, the whole 9 yards. So it can still happen. There are a few areas in the state where it may still happen, but that's part of what we're trying to do, is get away from that kind of gray or unknown area and get to a much safer method of training.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Follow up? Any other questions? Thank you
Great.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Oops. Please sign in.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator BB Center, Representative Hassenfuss, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Sean Essler, and I am privileged to serve as your state fire marshal. I write neither for nor against LD 679. In 2023, and we're working on 2024 numbers now, so forgive me, but in 2023, the fire service across Maine responded to 178,463 calls for service across our state. These callouts included structure fires, explosions, technical rescues, hazardous materials events, emergency medical calls, and other hazardous situations. Every day, our first responders put themselves in harm's way to ensure the safety of residents and visitors of our great state. Maine is one of the few states that does not have a statewide fire academy, and we do not own any training facilities. Maine relies on the Maine Fire Service Institute, a department of the Southern Maine Community College, to deliver fire training across the state. Funding for both MFSI and the Office of the State Fire Marshal is appropriated through fire insurance premiums tax outlined in Title 25, Section 2399. This funding does not cover the cost to fully support either organization, and therefore we don't have funds available to support repairing or building facilities as well. While a centrally located statewide, fire academy would be ideal, the initial cost would be extremely high, and it would require annual support through the state budget. Additionally, meeting the needs of rural departments, like Chief Brooks mentioned, spread all across the state, pose a significant challenge. In 2018, the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission conducted a gap analysis to determine the training needs of the Maine's fire service. 11 live fire training facilities and potential building sites were identified across the state and are within an hour's drive of most fire departments. A comprehensive and fiscally responsible plan was created so that over time, these smaller, more cost-effective facilities could be repaired and built out to support firefighter training across the entire state. Today, the state has funded the replacement of one facility in Yarmouth, the repairs of a facility in Auburn, and has constructed 2 facilities in Farmington and Fairfield. More work needs to be done to repair and construct these facilities in northern, eastern, and down east Maine to achieve that goal. It's important our firefighters have access to live fire training facilities for several reasons that include enhancing public safety, increasing firefighter safety and operational readiness, reducing liabilities for our community, supporting recruitment and retention efforts, and equally as important, readying the next generation of firefighters coming up behind us. Across the state, firefighters stand ready to answer the call for help, and training facilities greatly support that mission. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify?
Good morning. I think I'm going to go off script if it's okay, but I would just like to say, Senator Beebe Center, Representative Hossenfuss, and members of the committee, would you like my testimony? I did submit written testimony, but after all these folks have spoken, I think I just need to speak to you as a fellow Mainer.
Okay.
And explain my position. First of all, I am not testifying on behalf of the community college. I'm testifying on behalf of the Maine Fire Service Institute. I'm the director. My name is James A. Graves. I've been involved with fire service training for 40 years now. I'm very dedicated to the mission in which we are tasked with statewide. But in 2016, when I stepped into this position, I had to make one of the most difficult decisions in my career, and that was shutting down all fire training activities with live fire due to our facilities that we were utilizing being unsafe. And that was a huge, painful moment for me, and I had very few sleepless nights. So what we're tasked with now is the 11 sites they've mentioned. We need these sites for our agency to go in to run the training operations, to certify and test these individuals in these facilities. The other night when I came home on Friday evening, I was thinking about a huge geographic area that's the same size as New Hampshire that is in trouble. And that is Piscataquis, Penobscot, Hancock County, Washington County, and Aroostook County. Right now, I'm facing a facility in Caribou that is in disrepair. It is in significant need of replacement. I asked some gentlemen from the city of Bangor to join me. Some of these men are men that I trained with years ago and worked with. That facility is in dire need of replacement. The chief in Ellsworth has reached out to me as of last week and said his facility needs repairs done to it. And then Washington County, we have nothing. So when Representative Lookner said you still use buildings, our agency is trying to avoid using facilities, buildings that we procure because of the environmental impact and the risk that we're exposing these firefighters to more toxins, which we're trying to prevent that from happening. So we try our best, but in Washington County, we have actually had to use an acquired structure. It's a very tense moment for me because that is when we get people hurt. The facilities that we're building nowadays are engineered so they can deal with the thermal dynamics of a fire. So the buildings expand and they contract, and they're designed to do that. When we go into some of these other buildings, they don't. You could have a sudden collapse. You could have a flashover condition. And when you're training raw recruits, that is inherently dangerous. And it puts us all on edge because we have to be hypervigilant. So I'm asking you to support this bill so I and my organization can support the fire training across the state of Maine. Our numbers are going up and up and up. They're not going down. The demand for fire training is at the highest level I've ever seen it. Last year, we certified 680 firefighters in the state of Maine. That shattered our record that was done back in the early 90s by 200. So there is a significant demand on us to train firefighters in Maine. So I simply ask, please support this bill so we can move forward and make sure our first responders are well prepared for what they're going to face in the field. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you sign in?
I did.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Hello.
Senator BB Center, Representative Hassenfuss, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Academy, Criminal Justice Safety Committee. My name is Bill Gillespie. I'm the fire chief in the town of Liberty and the legislative liaison for the Maine Fire Chiefs. I thank Senator Curry for presenting this bill. Once again, we have been at this since the 128th legislature with then Representative Herbig presenting the first bill, LD 1845, which we did have the success of 1.5 million over 3 years, which originally got us started. This has been a long road to get to this point. We have studied this. We've looked at it, as everybody has said prior. We have determined the 11 sites or 11 locations, and we're working towards an end goal of making sure all firefighters are getting properly trained to ensure safety in our organizations. The biggest hurdle that we have, obviously, is funding. And as we saw with some testimony prior, the cost of these buildings are going up. We have looked at ways to make them more cost effective by looking at other types of buildings. And I feel we've done a really good job at presenting all the options out there. But we need to get to this end goal for the safety. We all spent a lot of time last year worrying about the OSHA mandates, and really it forced us to take a deep dive and look at, where are the weaknesses and where are the opportunities in the fire service. And I think we're really addressing those. We've spent some time over the last couple of years taking a look at education, and Jimmy's done an excellent job at bringing Maine Fire Service Institute and doing everything that he can within that organization to certify and train firefighters. But we're still not there. There's still a lot of work to be done. But I want to assure you, through the Maine Chiefs organization, we're going to support ensuring these opportunities continue to go forward. And we continue to ask for your support and the consideration that we ask, that you have the trust in us to make these things happen. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I did submit written testimony. I didn't quite go off that. Actually, I didn't go off it at all. I just gave you a brief history lesson of where we're at and what we're continuing to do. And we hope that you have the trust in us to make sure that this is achieved.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony today, Mr. Gillespie. Just a quick question. Forgive me if I've missed it.
No.
Approximate lifespan of these envisioned facilities?
Yeah, I mean, it's dependent on use. Obviously, if you put something in a larger area and it's used consistently, the life expectancy is less. And I would say, with the experts, they'd probably say maximum 15 years. But you put it in an area that it's not quite used as frequently, they have a longer life expectancy. And there's things that you can do without replacing the entire building to replace the burn room, because usually the most wear and tear takes place in the burn room. So there are things that you can do to replace the panels, do things to ensure that you get a longer life expectancy out of those buildings. And that's where we're addressing the additional cost for wear and tear and repairs. You're welcome.
Representative Lookner. Okay.
How was that good? There we go.
Representative.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Chief Gillespie, do you have an end game in mind? Do you have a timeline by which you think
Sure.
the state will be covered with its 11 units?
Yeah, I mean, in the original bill, 1845, the original bill was for 10 years and it was 1 million a year for 10 years. So approximately 10 million at that time, that was 2018, would address building 11 facilities. The price has gone up, I would say at least 20% in what we had dealt with at that point in time. So I would say, and I certainly wouldn't consider being the subject matter expert, but we're right now potentially having 5 on the books in the next year or two, 6 more facilities. Reasonably speaking, 7 to 8 years of $1 million would probably get us pretty close. And then it could be dropped down significantly to just maintaining wear and tear. And a lot of these organizations, when we're putting a facility in these places, we're asking them to have some sort of mechanism in place to work on the continuing maintenance of those buildings. So whether they're charging a user fee or they have an organization that's helping fund that, we're asking that they invest some money into taking over the responsibility. And they own the building. So, you know, the state, we would hope we could bring it to a point where it's reasonable to just say a small amount of money would give us the opportunity to keep maintaining on wear and tear.
So you're 10 years out from the original plan approximately, or maybe 8 years, and you're not even halfway there yet.
Right, and that's been based on funding.
Have you asked for funding from administration and been turned down, or has the funding been reduced?
Yeah, I mean, Dan Brooks is the gentleman that would put that in. We have asked the governor to fund training facilities on a yearly basis, no different than we've asked for LoSAP to be funded in the budget. And that's why we're here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else that would like to, is Rebecca Graham still on? Is she?
She's on the Jeep, but she's not here.
She's not here, okay.
That Jeep was on and then she
Just left. Okay, great. Is there anybody else who would like to testify? Please sign in.
Hi, absolutely. Morning, everyone. My name is Greg Hodge, Assistant Fire Chief, City of Bangor. In full disclosure, Bangor has applied for one of the grants coming up, so I want to make sure that there's no conflict of interest. I'm going to keep everything generic and random, just touching on 3 points. First, the representative regarding the acquired structure. I'm at the end of my 25 plus years at the City of Bangor, and I can remember using multiple, live fire trainings at acquired structures. That is almost non-existent now within city limits. And the biggest issue is concern over the neighbors. We have a multitude of buildings that would be perfect if we were to be able to take them over, invest the time to do something with them safely. But we're in an urban area, and that's just become impossible. All our live fire training is done at our live fire facility. Like Chief Brooks mentioned, our facility is coming up on its 40th year. We're at 39 years. It was built by firefighters who, they knew a mason. They knew a guy who could help. And it has been joked that if we tear down that building, we could make a lot of money on the returnables that are in the cinder blocks. But the reality, and I bring that up to your point, sir, is we invest in these facilities and we take ownership of them. That facility should have fallen down decades ago. But the communities that you put these in do take an interest in them. They take ownership of them. And then we help to provide that to the community at large. In our area, in the City of Bangor, we've got 163 departments that, are within that 1 hour of us. We host trainings all the time at our facility, fire academies, and tests, that type of thing. But one thing that has been, I don't think intentionally missed, but is the advantage to the instructors. The folks that come from the MFSI, they come from all over the state. And one thing which helps is when they show up and there's a consistency to the buildings that they show up in. Everything these days is about an efficient delivery of the highest caliber training program that they can put together. And it really helps when you have an instructor that's coming from Kittery or Farmington or, down east in Machias or somewhere, and they can all come in and there's a consistency to the facilities that they're training in. So this helps in that delivery. Like Jim said, the demand just keeps going up. So increasing efficiency, getting your biggest bang for the buck, and using what we can
that's why we're here to support this initiative fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to testify? Still, there's, okay. Okay.
Anybody against? Is there anybody against this?
Well, should we take a vote?
I mean,
Should we take a vote?
there's nothing that was done yet. Should I public hearing? But should we see if there's anybody in opposition or need a formal against?
Is there anybody who would like to speak against this bill? Is there anybody that would like to speak either for or against? Okay. Well, now we should have a work session. We should,
Yeah, well, we can.
should we have a work session?
We'll have a work session.
Okay, the public hearing on this bill is closed. The next bill is LD 583, an act to support informed community self-determination in emergency medical services planning. So Rebecca's still not here, right? Okay.
She did submit testimony.
Yeah. Well, she did on one bill. Does she have it on the? another bill?
Yeah, that's, what, 5 it's the next one out, that's.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Is that me?
It's you. Oh, no, it was Nina. Sorry.
So.
Oh, thank you.
So did, Maine Municipal, did Rebecca give testimony for this bill also, or just the first bill? Did Rebecca give testimony for this bill?
The next one on my desk, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Okay,
Excellent.
Senator.
Senator BB Center, Representative Hossapus, distinguished colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am still Senator Chip Curry, and I still represent the 26 rural coastal and island communities of Waldo County. I am pleased to present LD 583, which builds upon the successful work to strengthen Maine's emergency medical services system and support local communities in planning for their long-term emergency response needs. The continue that which we began in the 130th legislature. In 2002, this committee advanced LD 1859, which established the Maine Emergency Medical Services Community Grant Program. That bill was a direct response to the urgent challenges facing communities across the state. Challenges particularly workforce shortages, changing patterns of volunteerism, and inadequate reimbursement rates. In my communities alone, what brought me into this work, two of my ambulance services, both reached out. One, the director of the Unity Ambulance Service, who Director Bruce Cook, who pulled me aside at a 9/11 memorial event and said, I'm getting up there and it's a challenge. And he'd been directing this program for over 30 years. And he's like, I'm not sure we're going to be able to continue this. And at the same time, the town leaders of Winterport reached out and said, boy, last year we were donating in our town meeting 25,000, might have been 35,000. So I'll say 35,000 to the local volunteer ambulance service. And this year they've told us they need at least 250,000 or they're going to have to close. So that brought me into this work. That brought me into, recognizing that there is something huge happening in our communities and changing and about how a change that's happening in how emergency medical services are happening. And as you know, and I've been here before on this, that led me to getting involved in the Blue Ribbon Commissions 1 and 2 around emergency medical services, and it's been large. And so this is a small part. This is but an important part of how the state responds, and how the state can support our communities in planning for a reimagined emergency medical services that is sustainable. I left my text here, so I'm going to try to find my spot back in this, but building off the substantial work of the Maine Health Access Foundation and the Maine Rural Health Access Network, LD 1859 laid the groundwork for a structured, community-driven process called Informed Community Self-Determination. This process helps municipalities evaluate their EMS assets. What do they actually have? What actually happens after a 911 call? What level of service do they have? Is it 24/7? Is it paramedic? Is it EMT? Is it on call? What do they actually have? They evaluate that and assess that and help community members understand what that is. And then they engage in a needs assessment with community leaders and explore potential service models and make informed decisions about the future, so that the community leaders can make informed decisions about the future of emergency response in their regions. Simply put, it gives towns the tools to plan strategically rather than react after the crisis. I think many of us have been in town meetings when that crisis budget line item shows up, and it's very tense, and it's a lot of heat, but maybe not a lot of light on the subject. And this is to support towns to engage in a multi-month process facilitated by an expert in Maine EMS, particularly rural EMS. But they're not the deciders. The town leaders, who are, if a service provider is serving multiple towns, every town selects a representative from their town. Those are the town leaders. Those are the leaders who will make forward any recommendations. The bill before you now continues, LD 583 continues this work by providing $200,000 in ongoing funding for the Maine Emergency Medical Services Community Grant Program. This funding will ensure that more towns, particularly those in rural and underserved areas, have access to the resources needed to evaluate their EMS services, engage with experts, and develop long-term sustainable plans. This committee knows well that the challenges facing EMS have not gone away. The financial pressures of EMS providers and local property taxpayers have only intensified, ensuring that every community, whether rural, suburban, or urban, has a well-planned and sustainable EMS system is a matter of public safety and sound fiscal management. By supporting LD 583, we will uphold our commitment to helping Maine towns take control of their emergency medical planning and provide more sustainable and reliable EMS services for the future. I urge the committee to support this bill and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for this. I think you in part asked my first question as to how the $200,000 would be spent. I presume this is to engage a facilitator, professional facilitator, to meet with the groups to work this process through.
Correct. And in the 130th, we set up the rules. The Maine EMS has set up the rules. It has just gone out to bid. And so they put forward a grant application process for communities to apply for it. It would be multiple communities that are benefiting by this. The grant awards will be relative to the number of towns engaged with a provider. So, if there's a single provider serving a single town, those awards would be smaller. The intention is, but if, let's say, a bunch of towns are considering regionalizing or considering coming together, that might be a more sizable grant, because multiple towns would have to be engaged, and multiple leaders and multiple stakeholders and taxpayers would have to be engaged. But the key part of this is why it's not just kind of an open-ended planning grant process, is that the leads on this, the guides is what the model calls them. These are folks that are, well versed not only in how Maine communities are working at this, but how communities across the country are working on these things, and they are guiding and supporting the local leaders to make their decisions about resources.
Follow-up question?
Yes, please. Senator, is it a requirement of communities that if they're going to try to apply for the next round of the Blue Ribbon Report dollars, that they must have participated in such a process? Is it a requirement of them, or just to their advantage to have gone through that?
Right now, currently, we don't have, there aren't, I guess I'm not following because there aren't Blue Ribbon Commission dollars. This would be a planning grant.
Yes.
And I mean, we are funding EMS through property taxpayer. I mean, historically, as I'm sure you're aware, the reimbursements for EMS was enough. Towns had a very good deal between the volunteerism of providers and the reimbursement rates from health insurance and Medicare and Maine Care that covered everything. And those numbers just don't work anymore. It doesn't. And so there are subsidies now. We have less subsidy from volunteerism because of the nature of workforce and the fact that we're getting older. So we have less people able to give that subsidy of their volunteerism, although the volunteerism is still very important. And so towns, it's falling more where that subsidy is on property taxpayers. And so this is an attempt to help people make those decisions. I would also be very supportive of states being a part of that funding mix, for the state being a bigger part of that funding mix to support property taxpayers.
Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I understand the concept. $200,000 available to the towns. They petition, they draw money. It gets them access to independent experts. Can you give me a sense of that cadre of independent experts? Where does this, it's money out, money back to somewhere? Where is that somewhere that this money goes?
Currently, and so I'll give you an example of how it's working. My community is the Unity Ambulance Service. I kept saying, wait, these rules are going to come out. These grants are going to be ready. Go for it. And they came back to me this summer and said, we got an issue. We can't wait anymore. We're either going to just keep spending our savings and close, or we need to get to a new solution. And so I reached out, Maine Health Access Foundation, who has piloted this in multiple communities. I believe Jackman, and I know St. George. Those are the two. I think there's another community, and I'm not familiar which one. I don't want to speak beyond my knowledge base. And they were willing to do another pilot. They were willing to fund that. And so the Friends of Maine EMS have taken that on. So worked with the towns and the provider, and they are training guides, to meet that standard. And so there's a structured program. There's a white paper on informed community self-determination that was put out by the Maine Rural Health Access Network, and it's based on that model. And so, but the idea that there are guides, whether they're, the Friends of Maine EMS maintain the monument or the memorial out here, they don't have, it's not necessary that it's them, but it's people that are familiar with the model and are kind of trained to the level of being guides is what really matters.
Follow-up question?
Thank you. You just queued the second question. Town receives the money. They don't have to spend it at one point source. They can compete amongst experts in this domain.
Yes, I think we're also building the experts right now, though.
Okay.
And so what I would be cautious about is not saying this is just a planning grant and any planner can put out a shingle and say, we know how to do planning. Well, all of our other planning has been on land use or has been on, some other subject areas. Like, you really do need someone that has deep knowledge on EMS particularly, and particularly rural EMS.
Yes, yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator Curry, for presenting the bill, and I applaud you for doing this or anything really to help the towns with the EMS problems. I think we all have
Mhm.
unique problems. Help me get past the feeling that I have that we don't need to study it anymore, that we don't need to learn about it anymore, that in various communities, the town fathers, if you will, or town mothers, already understand the problem and understand how they can fix it, and they're just grappling with the money part. Help me get past that feeling and appreciate more what you're trying to do there.
Thank you very much. And I think that's a really important question. I think some of the work that is being done here is helping as they engage in this process. So we may know nationally what how things have to happen. We might see the trends that are happening in around regionalization or around modern EMS services. But EMS, fire, these are civic institutions that have a great deal of local pride. And I think towns have got to one, become familiar beyond the town fathers and mothers. Everyone that shows up at the town meeting has to feel confident that they've got to understand what is actually behind, what did they actually have? Most people don't know when they call 911, what's behind that. And they've got to know what they're paying for it. And so helping people to understand that so it's informed, that's what I love about the kind of informed side of it. And then I'll also say, regionalization is a very interesting word in my area. It's a very challenging word. We lived through the school regionalizations that merged 2 schools, and then those dissolved and became 3 different districts. And it was very painful to a lot of folks. Regionalization sometimes for rural communities just means loss. It means my essential institution in my community that we have struggled and kept becomes someone else's distant outpost that then later gets abandoned, and they say, well, we can't afford to serve you anymore, and you're going to get this. And so I like this process because it helps towns, especially our smaller towns, figure out how to do. If they're gonna choose a regional path, they can learn how do they engage in that in a way that maintains their power, maintains their ability to control their future, and engage and represents themselves well. So I think it's that ground up regionalization, or ground up, how do we do this, rather than we're going to tell you, we know what's right for your community and we're going to tell you what to do. And I'm trying to avoid that.
Thank you.
Follow up? Any other questions? Thank you. Are there other people who would like to testify for this?
Morning, Senator.
You have
Reedy,
any,
Senator.
do you have any testimony?
We uploaded it already.
Okay.
Yeah, through the portal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as well, the document that Senator Curry just referred to, the rural health, we uploaded that too.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I'm Bill Ferdinand. I'm a lawyer with Eaton Peabody. We represent the Maine Ambulance Association. Butch Russell's with me here today in support of this bill. I want to get right at what Representative Nutting just asked. And I know a number of you have been involved with EMS and fire throughout the state and involved with discussions for regionalization among towns that need to talk about that. And the grant applications that just came in at Maine EMS surpass the available resources that we put into the program. So there's a strong interest by communities to look at these issues, and they're looking at them together. And I think anybody who's been involved with it knows that it takes a lot of diplomacy, understanding of the EMS system. So they do hire contractors who are experts in EMS operations and organizations so that they can help them with those types of option for the models that they're looking at. So that's what these grants really could help with. We've talked about it with the regionalization. This would be an implementing way to get towns to look at their situation in conjunction with their neighbors and understand how could we work better together to provide these services? Because we have limited resources, both money and people, and that we need to share. And sharing is hard. So we have to spend time and get the help that we need. And that's what these grants try to do, hopefully. And if they're not, we should be pushing them in that direction, because that's the ultimate answer for Maine, is to share and work together to provide resources to get this job done.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Concerns?
Easy, no problem, right? Yeah. Sharing is easy. Right.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you very much.
Yep.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak in favor of this?
Good morning. My name is Butch Russell. I'm with the Maine Ambulance Association, as Bill just said. And I'm actually happy that I actually made it here on time. I was not expecting to be here on time, and submitted testimony electronically. So you guys have that. Instead of kind of repeating what was just said, I think Senator Curry laid the groundwork really, really well and explained this really well. Bill followed up with some good things. I think my perspective, I've been on the side of these programs in the Rockport Camden area as a service leader. So at the time of that time that Kevin and Friends of Maine EMS were going through that process in that area, I was the service leader for our Northeast Mobile Health Services. And so I've been on the receiving end of being the service and being kind of working with Kevin and his team, going through the process of kind of going through that determination process, that self-informed determination process. I've also since then started working with that same group and working on the Unity project. So and I think the thing to understand about what these groups do and what this process is really about educating and involving the community. So it's that community self-determination, a really important name there, but it's getting the group of people together in the community that then are educated about their service, in depth educated on their service and EMS in general. And I think, and just outlining the current national trend where EMS is going, but then down to the micro level of what's happening in their community. So what we see across the country, and specifically in Maine and rural areas, is we see volunteerism starting to die. It's where volunteering it's just harder and harder to find the volunteer. So we have these small communities and EMS services in these small communities that thrived with lots of volunteers. But as the volunteerism starts to go away, those services, this is classic what happened in Unity. It becomes harder and harder, and they start dipping into their savings to pay stipends. And that works for a little while until it doesn't. And then they have to dip into the more savings to pay part-time people. And then that works for a little while. And then until they start losing more money and have to dip in and start paying, full-time people. And I would say that the town select board and the folks that are leading these towns, I think you all understand where EMS is, because we've talked about it so much over the last few years, 2 blue ribbon commissions, and you guys are very well educated. I'm not sure if the towns folks really are at a community level. They understand, they hear that there's a problem, but they don't really understand why there's a problem. And I think these programs are meant to come in and educate them why there's a problem, educate them where their service is failing, and involve them in making the determination of where they want to take their service. Do they want to look at regionalizing their system out larger than it is today? Do they want to
hire full-time people. And then all of those decisions that if they choose A, B, C, D, what does each one of those decisions cost? And I think that's a huge piece of the Unity piece is we modeled a couple of variations of, you know, A, B, C options and what each one of those costs. And then as a community, they make that decision on what they feel is right for their community and what they can afford to pay for and fund. So I think, you know, these programs are great. They've worked in small communities. They're working in Unity. They've worked in Jackman. They've worked in St. George. They've worked in the Rockport Camden area. There's the Penobscot County area that's going through them. There's a couple of different groups that are doing these across the state. Paul Froman is one that's doing, you know, some great work with the fire departments and modeling some regional systems there. You guys have heard about those programs. There's future program, like the money that has been set aside. There's $200,000 from a couple legislative sessions ago that Maine EMS is just getting out now. The grant deadline for applying for those just expired on February 28th was the last day you could put in for that grant. And there's $200,000 going out. They far exceeded, is my understanding, they far exceeded that dollar amount in applications. So they were going to give it out first come, first serve. But my understanding, I'm working with another group that I didn't put in for it, knowing that it was already, they had already exceeded the limit. So there's a great need for this. And I would say it's mostly about educating communities in that process. And I'm happy to be quiet and take questions.
Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I went through a lot of this in our area and we had meetings, you know, group meetings with China and everybody came from other towns and whatever. And it seemed like they had good ideas, but the problem is that everybody has their own little different problem too. So I don't know if money is the answer for this. I mean, because you can organize it and have the meeting still, and you just need one person that you can actually probably kind of bring it together. But we really need somebody that has a plan of somehow, but I don't know, does this have that, or is this just trying to educate people? And I mean, I don't think that this would be the answer. That's what I'm kind of wondering. I think that you know, Representative Nutting kind of says it. You know, that's a lot of money that you're going to be spending, but it's probably not going to be changing much what we've already done or we've been doing. But we've been educating them. But I don't see where this is going to be the answer. I don't know. I mean, we had the Blue Ribbon Commission. We had a hard time even coming up with the answers there, and we met, I don't know how many times. Yeah. So how's that work?
I think what this does, in my opinion, is takes everything that we have learned in the Blue Ribbon Commission, things we know nationally, trends that we see, and it takes that and educates it at the micro level. So it takes that information and educates a community that knows their EMS system is struggling with what are their options. Because there are lots of services at various levels of that, what I just explained in the, you know, where I talked to another group that's been very financially sound and they're just starting that, going from full volunteer to, wow, we've just started to pay stipends. So there's lots of communities that are going to be facing this same thing coming up 10 years, you know, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 10 years from now. It will just, each service is going to progress into this. And I think it's just educating them. The ones that know they have a problem that need to be addressed, it's educating them about what the solution is. So, and it's up to them. There's several solutions that can be put on the table, and they get to decide what they want.
So I'm just
follow up
here. So if you took and you paid a guy $100,000 to go around the state educating the communities, and you paid his mileage and everything else, that would take for the 200,000 for the whole. So I don't understand where it's just for one county to do something like that, whereas it sounds like it's something that could be done, but maybe in a statewide type effort.
Yeah.
And maybe that's my thought, but it just seems like what this is trying to accomplish would be basically what we've been doing, and it would end up not really resulting much difference than what we've got now.
I would,
So,
yeah, I would agree with you with so something this grant does not do is talking, and we've mentioned about regionalization. We do need to look at regionalization as a statewide concern. The commission has been mentioned in this group for, a permanent EMS commission to look at this and study this. And that I do agree that's also needed. What you guys choose to do with it is up to you. This grant is to, again, educate at that micro level, the community level.
I understand. Okay.
Yes, Senator Curry.
I'll defer to the chair. I mean, it sounds like we're getting into a little bit of work session here. If you want to indulge that a little bit further, I will respond to the senator. If you want to cut that off and wait, I've got my notes. I can respond to them later.
I think we'll leave the work session for the work session.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
See you at the work session. Yes, Representative.
Madam Chair, I have some questions I'd like to pose for the work session when we're ready for that.
Okay. I think so. Would you like to? Will, are you going to take them down?
Yeah, they just request for the work session.
Questions for the work session? Okay. Representative Bunker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps this is a good question for the EMS Bureau itself, as to how this $200,000 relates to the second phase of the EMS Blue Ribbon Grant Program. And are applicants for receiving those millions of dollars required to take a part in this process to gel together what their request is? Have they taken the advantage of this to come forward and say, I need X number of dollars for sustainability for my ambulance service? My question would be, have you participated in this and taken the benefit of this kind of technical support to make your request or not? So.
Got that? Do you have another question? Okay. I don't see anybody else here. So there's no one to testify against, and there's no one to testify for or against. Is no one online? Okay. All right. I guess that's it. Looks good. So this work session is closed, and we're actually going to have lunch again. 2 times.
Again.
Well, we sometime the last couple of weeks, we had 1 lunch. So this afternoon, we'll have public hearings. Okay, 1 o'clock. People be back by 1? Pardon? If not sooner. You will? Okay. All right. Thanks. Right, we're gonna start this afternoon. We now have a quorum, which is good. We should introduce ourselves. Representative McIntyre, would you like to start the introduction?
Good afternoon, Matthew McIntyre, representative for House District 18, representing 16 towns and 4 unorganized territories across Penobscot, Hancock, and Washington counties. Hello, baby.
Representative Lookner?
Hi there, my name is Grayson Lookner, represent House District 113. It's several neighborhoods in Portland.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Bob Nutting. I represent the towns of Oakland, Smithfield, Starks, Mercer, and a portion of Sydney.
Representative Tavis Rock Hassenfuss, I represent House District 57, which is Reedfield and Winthrop. And I see that we have our youngest visitor to the committee so far this session. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Penny BB Center. I represent all of Knox County except for Idaho and the town of Washington.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael LaJoy. I represent District 96, which is part of Lewiston.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Steve Bunker from District 75. I represent all of the neighborhoods in Farmington and Chesterville.
Okay, we're going to start with LD 666. Would the sponsor like to come? Did you sign in?
To the left.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. It's a pleasure to be here. Hard to compete with a real life baby, so I'm not even gonna try. Senator, Representative Hassenfuss, and my colleagues on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Drew Gatine. I represent House District 126, which includes portions of Saco, Scarborough, and Westbrook. And I'm very happy to be here today as the sponsor of LD 666, which has a typically long name, an act to prevent domestic violence by providing adequate funding support for court-ordered certified domestic violence intervention programs. This is basically a funding bill. It seeks $2.5 million in annual funding to support Maine's certified domestic violence intervention programs. This investment is not just a matter of financial necessity. It's smart, cost-effective investment in the safety, well-being, and future of Maine families. Our state's certified domestic violence intervention programs are grounded in a shared evidence-based curriculum that is used across the state and recognized in Maine statute as the gold standard for intervention. Staff at these programs work hard and collaboratively to help individuals understand and change harmful behaviors, break cycles of violence, and prevent future harm. They have proven to be successful. However, these programs are at risk because of the lack of consistent and essential funding. The Maine Department of Corrections, the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, Maine CDVIPs, the regional domestic violence resource centers, and other community partners have worked together in a collaborative way to create a cohesive network that offers non-carceral alternatives that hold offenders accountable and result in better outcomes for survivors and impacted families. The strength of this collaboration cannot be overstated. It is unique in the nation. We have created something that works, but these programs have historically relied almost exclusively on participant fees, and without proper and continued investment, we risk losing them. I'm happy to have been part of the initial effort several legislative sessions ago that provided small amounts of state funds that have supported the statewide coordination of the CDVIP network by MCEDV and partial reimbursement of reduced fees for indigent participants. This early support helped lay the foundation for the successes we are seeing today. However, we are at a critical juncture. The programs are appropriately receiving significantly more criminal court referrals than was the case 10 years ago. This is a good thing. However, the programs are now facing very real risks to their ability to continue providing this essential intervention. Without sustainable state funding, this network is jeopardized, and the progress we've made in ensuring that those who commit domestic violence are connected to appropriate evidence-based and community-based intervention that will, and it will continue to be undermined without the funding. This will have an overall effect of reducing victim safety and well-being. The funding is necessary to ensure the existence and long-term sustainability of Maine's statewide CDVIP programs. The $2.5 million annually will stabilize existing programs and ensure that all communities across Maine have access to this necessary intervention. We know that when we work together, we can create real change. The partnership between MDOC, MCEDV, local programs, and our regional domestic violence resources has been instrumental in the success of intervention efforts. It's crucial that we support these efforts to ensure Maine remains a leader in effective evidence-based domestic violence intervention. So I'm hoping that you will support this bill so we can continue to serve our communities. I'm happy to try to answer any questions. I'm going to profess to not being an expert in the nuts and bolts and mechanics of these programs, but I'll do my best. And there are folks behind me who, of course, can probably answer questions better than I can.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Gatine. Is there currently a state funding of this program, or was there historically?
So my understanding,
and what might that be?
My understanding is there's a funding of about $281,000 a year. And again, folks behind me could probably speak a little bit better about how that's utilized, but I think it kind of laid the groundwork for getting this set up, but it doesn't actually meet the need in terms of the use of the program.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Are there other questions? Yes.
Thank you,
Representative
Madam Chair.
McIntyre. Yep.
Thank you, Representative Gatine, for your testimony. Just so we're on the same page, I have zero tolerance for domestic violence, period, end of story. But I am also driven by trying to learn the history of the program. And so what would you define as, in clarification of this has proven to be successful? What are a couple examples of those measures of success?
Yeah, I can bring you back specific examples for the work session. But again, I think some of the folks coming behind me can probably give you better specific examples than I can.
That's fine. Thank you very much for that. And then in reading here, it says the programs are facing multiple risks to their ability to continue. Is it more than just financial? Are there other risks that we need to be aware of?
Yeah, I've been very focused much on the financial risks. I think if you look in our statutes, there's reference to this program in various places in our statute as sort of acknowledging the importance of these programs, but also pushing people towards use of this program, which is good. So I think the financial risk is really just the fact that these programs are needed and more popular, and there's a demand for them. But again, I can get you information about whether there are other operational or structural risks around that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation?
There's, was there a sign-in sheet? The sign-in sheet?
Probably is.
There is. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. Senator Beebe Center, Representative Hassenfuss, and members of the committee. I'm Karen Wyman, Director of Prevention and Intervention at the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence. It's good to be with you again today. I'm here testifying in support of LD 666. MCEDV's victim advocacy work is our most well-known, but our support for Maine Certified Domestic Violence Intervention Programs, CDVIPs, is also a core function that shares the same goals. Safety for survivors, accountability for harm, and an end to domestic abuse and violence. This bill requests $2.5 million annually to support Maine's intervention programs. These vital programs are at risk of closing their doors. In the past 18 months alone, programs in York, Saginaw, and Lincoln counties have shut down, leaving too many Maine communities without essential services. I know you are facing difficult fiscal choices this year, and here's why you should prioritize this funding. CDVIP saves lives. Domestic abuse drives nearly half of all Maine homicides. These programs address key factors that signal higher risks of lethal violence. One survivor said this, "Keep doing these classes because there are a lot of ladies who wouldn't be here otherwise." Survivors are safer with CDVIP attendance and completion by their current or former partners. And whether their partners comply or not gives them vital information to know whether their partners are actually changing so they can make safe choices about their lives. Maine's CDVIP network has a proven track record of reducing recidivism and having strong coordination across systems, which survivors want and need. According to our survey of Maine survivors whose partners were sent to intervention programs, 77% of those who completed the program had not been rearrested for domestic violence. The programs work collaboratively to support positive change and to ensure swift and certain consequences when it doesn't happen. This network of providers is smart, coordinated, and careful, whether they're responding to program closures, court backlogs, pandemics, or high-risk situations. CDVIPs are a smart, statewide investment rooted in Maine's communities. The community-based programs provide 48 weeks of structured intervention to address the root causes of domestic abuse. They're neither shame and blame programs nor support groups for abusers. This work aims for real and lasting change, not just punishment. Maine CDVIPs provide a level of consistency and quality that is unique nationally, with all programs trained in the same approach and curriculum. This $2.5 million investment is a fiscally sound decision. At a fraction of the cost of incarceration, this investment will save taxpayer dollars by reducing future violence, hospitalizations, legal costs, and incarceration. And it will pay dividends in public safety and long-term fiscal responsibility. The bottom line is that Maine needs these programs. We already recognize them in statute as the most appropriate and effective community-based intervention in domestic abuse cases. Please protect survivors, prevent future violence, and strengthen our communities with this investment. The cost is small, but the impact is profound. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said 2.5 million.
Yes, annually.
Is that what it's been for long?
No, not at all.
What is it currently?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's currently $287,500 in the Department of Corrections budget for statewide coordination. So it funds part of my job, funds training so that there's not professional development costs for the required ongoing education for the programs. And it supports the partial reimbursement of reduced fees for indigent participants. There's no direct support of operational costs in that $287,500.
And just on the indigent monies that you get, about how much does that amount to?
That's
in a year?
that's 200,000 of the 287,000, and we usually run out of that in the third quarter of the year.
So you only get about 200,000?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Yes. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, and I'm not a newcomer to domestic violence and our service providers in my immediate area, so my hat goes off to staff who do this. But help me get my head around how this program is initiated by statute. And I see that judges have the ability to provide court-ordered referrals to this program. I'm concerned that I see down in your testimony, York, Saginaw, and Lincoln counties have shut those programs down. How does a judge, with the authority that they have, make a referral to a person to comply when the program is not there? Sounds like quite a tail wagging program to get adequate services. How's the program initiated and
Yeah, it is a tangle. And so we're fortunate that at least in York County, the Domestic Violence Resource Center in that area has stepped up and it has just initiated domestic violence intervention programming there. So we're on the road back to having coverage in that area, and we're in talks for the Saginaw and Lincoln area as well. So hopefully those will be short-term gaps. What the intervention programs did when the York County and then the Saginaw and Lincoln County programs had to close is that they got together and did some brainstorming about how they could meet this need. And so some local to York County in Cumberland County, through these doors, they're a different choice program, reserved about 10% of their spots for referrals from York County, so they would have a place to go. Penquis, which runs a program in Penobscot and Piscataquis, Knox and Waldo counties, opened a special virtual class to be able to serve folks from the closed York County program, and other programs accepted referrals where it made sense and was possible to minimize the impact of the closure of these programs. But you've identified one of the real challenges that the lack of funding brings, is that it puts judges in a really tough spot if the service that is recommended to them as the intervention isn't available.
Follow up? Okay. Yes, Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just a point of clarification on one of your data points.
Sure.
Your 2024 survey showed that 77% who had completed the course had not been rearrested. What was the time frame of that survey evaluation? How far back did you look?
Yeah, we asked advocates at the domestic violence resource centers to reach out to all of the survivors for whom they have contact information about. And so there was a range of periods of time when their partners had been involved in the CJPS. So some of them, most of them were within the last year to 3 years, but some were back farther. And the survey itself took place over almost a month in August and September of 2024. Sure.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you.
I need to interrupt things for just a moment. I should have announced this before. We are trying to finish our budget work, and we are having a final question answered between 3 and 3:45. So I may have to switch to listening to that and interrupt testimony. Hopefully it won't happen, but I don't think we'll be done all our bills by 3. So is there anybody else who would like to speak in support of this bill? Please sign in.
Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Chuck Moody. And I run a program in Aroostook County. And I'm here to support LD 66. And thank you very much for seeing us here today, Senator Bee and Representative Hofstas. I've been running is it okay for me to go? Can I go?
Please.
Okay, sorry. So I've been running a domestic violence intervention program in Aroostook County for this year's 20 years, but I've been working in it for around 24 years. And so I just want to give a brief history of why the programs are in place. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, the programs were initiated by the state. These programs were focused on reforming abusers and unteaching, patriarchal values. The programs were developed so that men who were not incarcerated
what was happening is that men were becoming incarcerated, and then their families were experiencing, hardships, going through foreclosures and losing their homes and their families being completely disrupted. So these programs were developed. So when the men were released and under the supervision of probation, could get the appropriate education under probation and continue to support their families. Over the years, these programs have progressed to where they're very educational. We're educationally based. We're not mental health therapy. We're not anger management. But the focuses are on health equality, self-care, shifting blame, belief systems, changing belief systems. And so there's a lot of steps. Our programs are 48 weeks long. So when the judge orders a gentleman to come to our program, it's a 48-week stint that they have to complete the program. There's a lot of steps that we have to educate these men on, and break down a tremendous amount of barriers for them to start learning. But what they have to do to accept what we're teaching them initially is they have to fully admit to their violence, stop making excuses, stop blaming their victims, making amends to all the damages, accepting responsibility, identifying patterns of controlling and admitting their wrongness unconditionally, not starting to say, so now it's your turn to do the work. This is solely all their work. They can't expect anybody else to be doing work for them. Not demanding credit or improvements that he's made. Not treating the improvements as vouchers or chips on their, not to be patted on the back for the work that they're doing. Changing, how they are in conflicts, and changing how they respond to their partners. And this is solely, based on, they created this, so they need to take responsibility for it, changing their parenting, changing their treatment, and changing their attitudes towards females in general, and just, just people in the community is in general. We have 3 pretty simple goals in these programs, but it takes 48 weeks, to get there. We want them to learn to be better partners. We want them to learn to be better parents, and we want them to learn to be just better people within the community. But we do 48 weeks of work to get there. So, and it's about them accepting the consequences. So it's a lot of work in 48 weeks. And, I was fortunate to sit down with, and to discuss this with Governor Paul LePage one day. And, we talked about how judges were ordering these men to therapy or anger management and we've done a lot of work with the MCEDV and with the Department of Corrections to kind of get these men sentenced to get the right treatment for their domestic violence issues. But that's been like, a long process. But we've made a lot of progress. And I think that, with the funding that this bill would give us would be a tremendous boost to program development and to help us develop continue to develop better programming. Because, I heard the word partial funding a little while ago. For me, there's never been any funding. So in my challenge up in Aroostook County is, we're geographically, we're very large, but community-wise, we're very, smaller. And so the geography up in Aroostook County is a challenge. Some funding would be great. And and in closing, I just want to give you a brief story of something that has motivated me to continue doing this work. I was in the Holton Courthouse one day waiting to participate in a hearing. And there was a man standing in front of the judge who was in my program, and he was being released from what's called deferred disposition, which means that, the judge orders you to do some work. And if you do everything the judge wants you to do, at the end of the deferred disposition, all the charges go away. So he was standing in front of the judge. Then the judge was asking him questions and he was answering them, and he had done everything that he was supposed to do. And in the middle of that, his wife stood up and walked over beside him and basically thanked the judge for sending him to this program, because she was telling the judge that she now has her husband back and their children have their father back. And so that, when I would listen to that, that was impactful to me, like, wow, I really helped this man and helped her bring their family back together. So that's my testimony.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Are there any questions?
Okay, thank
Seeing
you.
none, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in support of this legislation? You signing in?
I would, but there's no pen. Let me, I got one, thanks.
And Jan, I see you just submitted testimony. It will get distributed.
Thank you so much. Senator Beebe Center, Representative Hassenfuss, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jan Collins. I'm Assistant Director of Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, and I am here in support of LD 666. Data from the ACLU shows that nearly 60% of people in women's prisons nationwide, and as many as 94% of some women's prisons populations, have a history of physical or sexual abuse by others before being incarcerated. Rates for any kind of abuse range from 16 to 68% for men. It's important to expand victim services for many reasons. First, we want healing. The toll of abuse, sexual and physical, is crushing to the individuals, their families, and their communities. Abuse has a negative impact on mental health, anxiety, mood disorders, suicidality, and substance use disorder, and more severe criminal justice involvement. If we are to help victims become survivors and avoid some of the worst consequences of the abuse, we need to invest in the services that lead to healing. Second, we need to care for the people who do the often exhausting emotional work of supporting survivors. With support and remuneration commensurate with the value we place on healing, we give the message that the work they do is so important. The studies listed below show some of the ways we could provide for those who work in victim services. They include higher salaries and more control over their work. We must expand victim services to keep from pushing people into the deep end of the pool where they flounder for lack of assistance. In some cases, that means involvement with the legal system as a result of mental health conditions, substance use disorder, or as a means of escape from their abuser. Imprisonment is a secondary source of trauma for these individuals. Incarceration is often a detriment to their healing, not a support. If we can prevent the abuse itself, then the least we can do is to provide the very best supports possible for their healing. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation?
Senator BB, Senator Representative Hassenfuss, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Shire Burns. I represent the Maine Prosecutors Association, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 666, which requests $2.5 million in annual funding to sustain what I call the DVIP programs, CDVIP. As a prosecutor, I've witnessed firsthand the profound impact that these programs have in breaking the silence of cycle of violence, holding offenders accountable, and ultimately saving lives. The DVIP programs in Maine provide evidence-based, community-driven solutions to one of the most persuasive and harmful issues facing the state, domestic abuse. These programs, which use a standardized, evidence-based curriculum, are recognized in Maine statute as the most effective and appropriate community-based interventions for addressing domestic violence. The outcomes are clear. Offenders are given the tools to understand and change their behavior, and survivors are given a chance at living in safety. From the perspective of law enforcement and prosecution, these programs are critical. They play an essential role in our justice system by addressing the root cause of domestic violence and providing a pathway for offenders to change. This is not just holding offenders accountable in court, it's about preventing future harm and promoting long-term behavioral change that leads to safer communities. When these critical intervention programs are not available or not adequately funded, prosecutors are faced with difficult choices that are out of line with best practices and statutory recommendations for domestic abuse cases. We are forced to make decisions that could compromise the safety of victims. Without access to these proven evidence-based programs, prosecutors are left with fewer options to hold offenders accountable in ways that lead to meaningful change. We have seen this in York County, Saginaw, and Lincoln County in just the last 2 years. This is not just a flaw in our system, it undermines the very principles of justice and safety we are sworn to uphold. For years, these critical services depended on participation fees alone, resulting in financial instability and program precarity. This necessary investment in the future of domestic violence intervention efforts would support these programs to maintain the level of service that survivors and their communities deserve. I've seen the challenges faced by our intervention programs. I've seen what happens when they lack needed resources and close their doors. Without state funding, we risk losing the critical infrastructure, one that supports both the victims of domestic violence, but also those who need to be held accountable for their actions. These programs are central to our ability to prevent domestic violence, ensure the safety of survivors, and hold offenders accountable in a meaningful way. The $2.5 million investment will provide the stability and resources these programs need to continue their work to keep more families safe. I strongly urge this committee to support LD 666 for the sake of our communities, our families, our collective commitment to ending domestic violence in Maine. This is not just an investment in programs, it's invested in the future of Maine. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing
you.
none, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation?
Yes, please.
Should just leave it up here. Okay. Senator BB Center, Representative Hassenfuss, and the honorable members of this committee. My name is Sarah Gaetano, and I am the Systems Engagement Coordinator at Caring Unlimited, the Domestic Violence Resource Center for York County. As an advocate, I have been part of the effort to prevent and end domestic violence for 17 years. I am here today to show my support for LD 666 and to highlight the critical need for adequate funding of Maine's certified domestic violence intervention programs. I also stand before you on behalf of victims and survivors of domestic violence living in Maine who are counting on their elected officials to prioritize their safety and ensure that there are programs in place to hold the people that hurt them accountable.
Violence intervention programming has been available in York County for more than 40 years. Over the years, the people tasked with leading these programs have changed, but their passion for intervention work and harm reduction has been a common thread. We do this work because we understand that it is critical to our individual and collective safety. We understand that to make meaningful change, we must get to the root of why people choose to hurt the ones they are supposed to love the most. Violence intervention is the most effective tool we have at excavating those roots and creating space for abusers to examine their behaviors and their choices. Unfortunately, York County has been without a certified domestic violence program since August of 2023. During the lapse, we heard from many victim survivors whose level of fear and vulnerability was at an all-time high. A year and a half without this critical programming was as long as Caring Unlimited was willing to wait until we decided to take it on ourselves. The renewed York County CJPS will be a separate entity from our Domestic Violence Resource Center, but Caring Unlimited will oversee the general operating tasks and maintain its certification status. We will need to leverage victim service dollars to do this. While no system or program is perfect, I have seen firsthand the negative impacts on a community when violence intervention programming is absent. Abusers use violence with impunity, survivors experience more harm, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the courts are forced to make decisions that are counter to their missions. Without a functional and adequately funded system-wide response to domestic violence, the problems get more serious, and those problems inevitably cost the state more money. On behalf of Caring Unlimited, the individuals we serve, and my colleagues in violence intervention work across Maine, I ask this committee to vote in support of LD 666. This funding will keep Mainers safer and undoubtedly save lives. And I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gaetano. I guess let's talk about York County then.
Sure.
And how you say that for 40 years, there has been some intervention.
Yes.
And yet in 2023, it all ended. And now we're looking at $5 million in the next biennium to fix it.
Yes.
So can you give me a historical, what happened? Did it go along smoothly for 40 years and then break 2 years ago, or?
Well,
I'm guessing you weren't there 40 years ago.
I wasn't there 40 years ago, but I have been privy to sort of the unfolding of the program. And what I will say is that these entities that have taken on violence intervention programming have been privately funded entities that have tried to run on their own. And maybe did so successfully for quite some time. Maybe the demand was less, maybe there was more money available. I'm maybe not the most equipped person in the room to answer that. But what I will share is that post-COVID, when we had the entity that did run the violence intervention programming in York change hands, and then when that was taken over, it became really, really challenging to keep that program afloat financially, mostly. We had one violence intervention coordinator teaching 9 classes a week on her own and struggling to find facilitators to pay to run the programs. The statutes say, or used to say, that there had to be a male and female facilitator to model equity in the programs. And so to get a male and female facilitator, get them trained, and then pay them just proved to be too challenging. And so now we are sort of at the stage where we're trying to bring it back to York County, because we did recognize that not having one was not in anyone's best interest.
So is it your understanding that some of that funding historically was from grants or philanthropism?
Do you want to come up?
Or if
Karen
someone
can answer. Yeah. Karen's the
I don't want to
numbers
ask
person,
all the
not
hard
me.
questions for you. So if someone for the work session could help me understand that more about what historically what happened, where did the money come from? Were we okay for a while and now we're not? And that's why we need this money.
Sure.
I won't bore you anymore, but thank you
No,
very much.
Thank you for your question. Any other questions?
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your time.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation?
Good afternoon, Senator Bibi, Senator Representative Hassan Fuss, honorable members of the committee. My name is Andrea Mancuso. I'm with the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, but I'm here today on behalf of Nicole Leprechaun, who wanted to be here to speak to her experience and how these programs had impacted her life. But she has a sick child at home and couldn't be here, so she asked me to read it on her behalf. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Leprechaun. I am a survivor of domestic violence and a former recipient of services from Caring Unlimited. In February 2023, my ex-husband was put on a deferred disposition with a condition that he complete the 48-week certified batterers program. I advocated for jail time because I didn't believe a class alone would prevent future violence after a violent assault that left me fearing for my life. However, in April 2023, I received a letter stating that the York County Batterers Program Violence No More was closed. By September, I learned there were no plans to reopen, and other programs in the state were at capacity. After some effort, I found an available spot at Penquis in Bangor, but my ex-husband's attorney argued during his hearing that his anger management program should suffice. The prosecutor and I disagreed, emphasizing that anger management was not appropriate for batterers. Sadly, many others in the courtroom, including several of the 129 men enrolled in Violence No More, faced dismissal due to the closure of the program. These men had caused harm, and their victims were left vulnerable. I understand the system is under strain, with limited jail space and funding for programs, but we can do better. At the very least, we must hold abusers accountable by providing education. Victims rarely feel safe once they leave their abuser, as long as the abuser is free. By November 2024, my ex-husband had completed his 48-week program, and now we have a functional co-parenting relationship. While I feel safer, many victims don't have the support I had. Survivors have been isolated, controlled, and mentally and physically beaten down. We must do more to protect these still living in fear. The bare minimum we can do to hold abusers accountable is to educate them. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective today.
Thank you for sharing your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay, none. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation? Welcome.
I have my own pen. I'm ready to roll.
Here.
That was fun, yeah. Senator Bibi Center, Representative Hasselfuss and members of the committee, thank you very much for the chance to speak to you briefly about this important matter. My name is Rick Langley, and I direct the Change Work program, which is the Kennebec and Somerset component of the Certified Domestic Violence Intervention programs in Maine. Each week, my team works with approximately 160 men who have been referred to us as a result of incidents of violence or abuse impacting their partners and children. The intervention work that we do is grounded in the belief that many men can choose to change the harmful and dangerous ways they interact with their partners and families if our interventions are done thoughtfully and skillfully. Even men who have engaged in long patterns of coercive, controlling, and abusive behaviors can choose a better and safer path. Over the course of each week, we conduct 12 intervention groups with approximately 15 men in each. This work is focused on core goals: to help men understand the nature of violence and abuse in their relationships, and to lead them to embrace healthy accountability for that behavior. The focus of the group work is on real engagement, substantive, truth-based interactions with honesty and accountability, the goal of each session. For our purpose, partner violence has to be understood as more than physical violence alone. Emotional and psychological abuse and controlling and coercive behaviors can destroy relationships and families. All of these types of abuse undermine trust, inflict trauma, and create dynamics of ongoing harm that can be passed from generation to generation. We often talk in our groups about the legacies we wish to leave behind as men. It can be a powerful exercise in self-reflection. ChangeWorks strives to help men explore their thinking and beliefs, to break cycles of abusive conduct, and to work toward creating lives and legacies that they can be proud of as partners and fathers. Thank you for your consideration of this bill. I'm happy to share any additional information I can.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on the 48-week program themselves. I'm amazed by the number of people that are participating in that. I'm just curious. I'm directed by the judge to enter the program. When do I start week one? Is your program, I have to wait until week one starts with another group to come in?
No.
Or do you get inserted into whatever week that cycle?
Yeah, open enrollment is definitely the model. Yeah, it's a good question. So there's a constant, and that's a dynamic that I think is anticipated by this model. This is a group of folks getting together, a group of men lead in a facilitated conversation with me and my co-facilitator. Normally, right now, I would be in a group co-facilitated by Megan, who is a federal probation officer. She brings an interesting perspective to this, and we have a conversation with folks, and there may well be brand new folks in the room. Often there are circulating in. So within that room are folks who have been there at week 40 with hopefully a different perspective, different things to share. They often play a role in accountability when they hear some denial and minimization, some of the things Chuck referred to. Some of these guys will kind of blow the whistle on that and say, I've been here long enough to know, to at least ask this question. When you say that, when you reference your partner having a drug problem or a mental health disability, is that not another way of saying, I'm not responsible, she's responsible? So those kinds of conversations take place, and new folks in the room help kind of bring that to the forefront.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, sure.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation?
Yes. Thank you. I don't have anything written for you. There we go. Thank you so much, committee members, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Courtney O'Brien. I live in Saginaw County, and I'm here to speak in support of this bill. I used to run the largest CBIT program in the state for over 5 years. I work as an expert and a consultant and trainer, training other people how to do this work, and have consulted on the curriculum that all the people in the state of Maine use. I've been doing this for a long time. I've worked with hundreds of abusive men over hundreds of hours of classes. And I think we've gotten pretty across 5 counties in Maine, including Saginaw and Lincoln County. I think we've come a long way as a domestic violence movement, certainly when it comes to raising awareness. Most of us now can pretty confidently say that we know someone who's been impacted by domestic violence, or we know someone who's been a victim of domestic violence. We're not quite as comfortable as a community having a conversation about that we all know someone who has been abusive. We seem as a culture to be more interested and comfortable addressing one side of the problem, which is victim services. We all want to say that we support ending domestic violence. We all want to say that we support victims, but we're not as comfortable talking about how to interact with the people who are choosing to use violence. Right now, where I live in Saginaw County and Lincoln County, there is no CBIT program because there isn't any money to pay for it. You might be skeptical about our intervention, or you might not be sure that this is the best way to treat the problem. But to be clear, where there is no program, it doesn't mean that there's another more effective program there in its place. And it doesn't mean that men who are convicted of domestic violence crimes today are serving more jail time. The only thing it means is that if you're convicted today of hitting your partner in Bath, you have less accountability, less consequences, and less opportunity to change than if you had done it across the county line in Cumberland County. And that's what it means. That's what's happening where I live. If the state of Maine really cares about ending domestic violence, we have to work with the people who are choosing to use violence in their homes. It's not good enough to say, I hope he just hurts someone else, because he will. The men in our programs don't stay single. They have to co-parent with their victim survivors, and they often have new partners and eventually new victims. They take the same abuse supporting beliefs from one relationship into the next relationship unless we do something. If we're serious about working to end domestic violence, we have to work with abusers. Victims and survivors are not the people who need to change. Abusers are. And if we want to work with abusers, then we have to support programs that are designed to do just that. And if we want to support those programs, then we have to pay for them. I'm happy to take any questions about the work that I've done, or any questions about the programs in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation?
It's, thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Bibi Center, Representative Hassan Fuss, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Hobbs. I'm co-executive director of Through These Doors. Through These Doors is Cumberland County's Domestic Violence Resource Center. We operate Cumberland County's certified domestic violence program for men called A Different Choice. I was responsible for launching our program in 2018, and I am myself a facilitator and educator for our program. A Different Choice serves about 100 men per month in 6 90-minute classes a week. In the early years of DVIP programming, it was possible for a person or two to run a local program. And I'm thinking about Representative Nutting's question about York County. I think the program there, Violence No More, was a good example of that. Very grassroots program. Many of the programs in the state sort of sprang out of or were actually also facilitated by people who ran substance abuse groups. And they were run quite simply. The issues now, though, are so much more complex. We have standards we have to abide by that are complex as well. We have requirements of training. We have to understand and engage in our community's coordinated response. And the numbers of classes we have to teach are many more. The more that our system taps into these classes, the greater the demand is. And so it's become a very different world, I think, than it was even a few years ago. The costs of our programs, I think, all exceed what we can reasonably expect the participants to pay. We regularly increase fees to participants who take the program for us, and we are currently only able to cover about 60% of the direct costs of our program from participant fees and from the indigent fees that MCEDV provides for us. The location and the features of the space where we hold the classes are quite particular, and finding safe, affordable space is a big challenge for programs statewide. Some landlords have refused to lease us space at all, and we have other considerations such as proximity to a bus line, a location that is central and drivable to all parts of Cumberland County, and is accessible to all mobility types. We need internet service, we need restrooms, we need a large room that's conducive to learning with a good view of the educators. And most importantly, the space cannot be a shared space where people who are survivors come to meet with us for safety reasons. In spite of the real expense and challenges of finding and keeping the right space, we find that having our own program space with the program materials on the wall and comfortable seating enhances the experience for our attendees, and it's conducive to participation and learning. Through These Doors has been operating A Different Choice for 8 years. Our work with men who have chosen to abuse their partner is an essential part of the work to prevent future abuse. We believe deeply in the opportunity for behavior change that our program offers, as well as the increased well-being of the person or people they have harmed. But sustaining the program is a constant juggling act for all of our programs in Maine. Maine law recognizes DVIPs as the appropriate intervention in DV cases and requires the criminal court to order them. We need the state to invest in them as the essential part of Maine's coordinated community response to domestic violence that it is. Thank you for your consideration of this important bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation? Is there anyone that would like to speak against this legislation? Is there anybody that would like to speak neither for nor against this legislation? Is there anybody on the internet? No.
That's it.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Beebe Center, Representative Hassenfuss, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm Sam Prower, the Director of Government Affairs at the Maine Department of Corrections, and I'm here today providing testimony neither for nor against LD 666. I will note for the committee, I will follow up with copies of my testimony. I just found an embarrassing typo that I'd rather not hand out. So anyways, so certified domestic violence intervention programs are widely recognized as the most appropriate and effective community intervention in cases involving domestic violence. This is supported by the 2016 report from the Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse, and it's sorry, I already said that. 2016 report. It's also been formally recognized by the legislature under Title 17A, Section 1501, subsection 9. While there's no perfect program to address domestic violence, the efficacy of these programs is why the legislature also saw fit that participation in these programs ordinarily be required as a condition of probation for those convicted of domestic violence offenses. And you will find that in the sentencing part of Title 17A, Section 1807. In addition to the benefits these programs provide to domestic violence offenders, the programs also provide a coordinated community response that supports victims. Programs in most parts of the state participate in regional domestic violence task forces that bring together law enforcement, safe nurses, prosecutors, and domestic violence and sexual assault advocates. The programs partner with domestic violence resource centers in each region, which works with victims as their partners go through the programs. And the programs also have collaborative relationships with both the prosecutors and the DOC's probation offices. So Maine Department of Corrections is directly involved in facilitating the domestic violence intervention programs in the state. Under Title 19, DOC is the agency responsible for establishing standards and procedures for these programs, as well as providing the program certifications. The department's Office of Victim Services works directly with the Maine Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse to accomplish these responsibilities. And additionally, DOC is the state agency through which the funding for these programs is delivered. So the 26-27 biennial budget currently includes $287,500 for these programs, the vast majority of which is designated for reimbursing the costs with enrolling participants that cannot afford to pay for the program. That's about $200,000 of that money. That money also supports costs related to positions at Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence necessary to provide support for and annual quality assurance monitoring for the CDVIPs. That also supports the administering and reimbursement of funds, as well as money for annual training. Throughout 2024, Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence calculates that the programs across the state served a total of about 1,225 people, 723 of which were assigned to the programs as a condition of probation. The $200,000 currently budgeted to reimburse programs taking on the participants that cannot afford to pay is meant to cover partial costs associated with approximately 119 individuals, which equates to less than 10% of the program's participants. For this reason alone, it should be easy to understand why the reimbursement funds typically run out by the third quarter of each year. So the department cannot support the $2.5 million in ongoing funding proposed by this bill due to the fact that it falls outside the scope of the governor's 26-27 biennial budget. But as noted in the department's testimony in the joint public hearing with this committee, sorry, let me start that sentence again. As noted in the department's testimony in the joint public hearing with this committee in AFA, Maine is facing a tight budget environment, and the administration has spent months carefully developing a balanced budget proposal to preserve the programs lawmakers and Maine people support while also protecting the state's long-term fiscal health. That being said, the department is extremely supportive of certified domestic violence intervention programs and views them as an essential component to addressing domestic violence in Maine. It's our understanding that this bill was put forward to ensure the long-term viability and continued success of these programs, and that's a goal shared by our team at DOC. So for the reasons stated above, the department respectfully presents this testimony neither for nor against this proposal. And if you would like more information about these programs, you can also refer to our 2024 annual report we submitted to this committee on February 10th of this year. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Is there anyone else that would like to speak neither for nor against this legislation? Okay, so that is the end of this bill, and we'll have a work session. And I hope many of you can come to that work session. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should have asked this of one of our earlier presenters, but for the work session,
Yep.
I failed to ask how the budget as requested would be implemented. What impact does it have on how many programs, where they are, how many service deliveries they would be, if in fact those funds became available as compared to how it is now?
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any other requests for the work session? Seeing none, thank you. So we'll now move on to LD 626. An act to explicitly allow the Department of Corrections to charge room and board to residents who perform remote work in detention and correctional facilities and to amend the laws governing rehabilitative programs.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I don't want to get in trouble for not signing in, so.
Right.
Or taking it down.
Yeah.
Or
leave the
taking,
pen.
I would try to clip the pen. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Phoebe Senator, Representative Hasselfuss. I am here. I'm Bob Nutting. I'm the representative of District 66, including 2 towns in Kennebec County and 3 towns in Somerset County. I'm here today to present LD 626, which I believe, despite what Representative Gattine said about the length of his title, I win the award for having the longest title. It is simply an act to explicitly allow the Department of Corrections to charge room and board to residents who perform remote work in detention and correctional facilities and to amend the laws governing rehabilitative programs. This is a department submission that I'm happy to submit. My understanding briefly is that residents in the prison or other facilities who do work outside the facility are charged a fee from their receipts from that work. And yet the residents inside the facility, for instance, if they were doing computer work in the facility, that their income, there is no fee charged against it. So we have the department here will tie up the loose ends for you. I'm happy to take any easy questions.
Thank you. Are there any easy questions for the representative?
Seeing none?
Thank you. Is there anybody who would like to speak in support of this legislation?
All right. Good afternoon again, Senator Beebe Center, Representative Hassenfuss, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Sam Prower here again from the Maine Department of Corrections, providing testimony today in strong support of LD 626, an act to explicitly allow the Department of Corrections to charge room and board to residents who perform remote work in detention and correctional facilities, and to amend the laws governing rehabilitative programs. This is yet another housekeeping bill put forward by the department this session, representing common sense management of the correctional system. The department thanks Representative Nutting for sponsoring this bill on our behalf. So the purpose of this bill is simple. It updates outdated language in Title 34A, Section 3035, to accurately reflect the modernized programs we've implemented under the Maine model of corrections. The statutory edits in this bill achieve two important goals. First, they update language regarding the commissioner's authority to establish rules for both adult and juvenile rehabilitative programs to make clear that such programs include, but are not limited to, education release, remote work, furlough, public service release, and programs resulting in the payment of restitution. Second, the edits in this bill make explicitly clear that remote work is a type of work release program where a participating resident is liable for room and board. The statutory language amended by this bill was first established in 1983, a time when the idea of remote work and the kind of education opportunities currently provided by our department were not even a possibility. That language has been updated a few times in the years since its establishment, but those changes never reconsidered the underlying scope of what a rehabilitative program could be. While the amendments provided by this bill are not strictly necessary to continue the program types that we are seeking to include in the statute, they do provide added clarity and transparency regarding what rehabilitative programs are available when a resident with income from a community job must pay room and board. As it is clear in the statutory sections amended by this bill, residents engaged in work release programming must be charged the reasonable cost of room and board, and may be charged the reasonable cost of transportation to their job. The statute is also clear that money collected pursuant to these provisions must go back to the general fund. None of this money goes to the Department of Corrections. This bill will result in no additional funds to DOC, and the goal of updating the statute is simply to provide transparency about the way in which the department applies the law and ensure consistency in state policy through future administrations. This bill will also do nothing to change which residents are currently charged room and board. So I want to make that piece clear. We currently, and I will address this further in the testimony, we currently consider remote workers to be engaged in work release programming, and they are currently charged. So of the rehabilitative programs added to the statute by this bill, it only adds remote workers to those who would be charged room and board. None of the other categories within the rehabilitative programs are included in those provisions. Second, those engaged in remote work are currently charged room and board because our department considers remote work to be a type of work release program. Residents participating in remote work are gainfully employed by a community employer outside DOC and making real-world salaries that are often much greater than those earned by residents on traditional work release. This reasoning is also consistent with the policy underlying the original creation of these provisions, which is that a person who benefits from having the privilege of a real-world job should also have the responsibilities that come along with that privilege. However, the department believes that formalizing this understanding explicitly in statute provides the highest degree of transparency about our practices and ensures consistent application of them into the future. The current room and board fee for people engaged in work release programs, including remote work, is a flat 10% of their overall income. This is a reasonable fee across the range of incomes available to residents with jobs. It's important to emphasize how having those in our system with real-world salaries be responsible for their room and board fits into the main model of corrections. Normalization is a word that this committee has heard a lot from the department in recent years, and it represents the idea that you help a person be successful upon release by providing them with the tools necessary to navigate life following incarceration. Far too many people enter the department's custody without such skills, and a traditional institutionalized environment is not conducive to building them. Traditional corrections institutions are simply not normalized. By contrast, our department works hard to support residents in developing that skill set, both through direct interventions and programming opportunities, and through creating a system that helps a person simulate what they will be responsible for when they return to the community. Residents of DOC facilities are not generally responsible for the day-to-day expenses that underlie the services they receive. Those who have real-world jobs should have real-world responsibilities. Requiring that those on work release plan to set aside a small portion of their income for room and board is a way to help them practice for the expectations put upon every person who lives in the community while also giving back to the state. That practice is part of the principle of normalization, which is foundational to the main model of corrections. Finally, in preparation for the hearing today, I did want to make one note. The department realized that there is a need for one minor amendment to ensure the new language is consistent with the victim notification requirements under Title 17A, Section 2106. Currently, that section requires, among several other requirements, that notification of any conditional release of the defendant from institutional confinement, including probation, supervised release for sex offenders, parole, furlough, work release, funeral or deathbed visit, supervised community confinement, home release monitoring, or similar program, administrative release, or release under Title 15, Section 104A. The department believes that this language should be updated to make clear that the two following types of conditional release addressed by this bill explicitly require victim notification: education release and public service release. To accomplish this and to ensure that no other types of conditional release are missed, the department recommends that the language highlighted at the end of our testimony be added to the first block paragraph of Title 17A, Section 2106. And I also want to note for this committee that this is consistent with our current practice. We notify victims upon education release and public service release, and we have every intention to continue doing so, regardless of whether it's required explicitly in statute, but we think this would be the best practice if you're going to move forward with this bill. So for the reasons stated above, the department respectfully asks for this committee's support in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, question, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Farrar. So we're basically charging rent with this bill to residents of DOC facilities.
Only those engaged in work release or remote work programs, which is the current practice of the department.
Would that be Baldock, like almost exclusively?
There are people at Main State Prison and other facilities who engage in remote work, and then we have people engaged in work release programs at Baldock, Mountain View, Down East, and Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center.
So different facilities, a couple more. So when people are sentenced to incarceration, it's compulsory for them to be there, right?
Correct.
Yeah. What happens when somebody can't pay rent?
Well, the people being charged room and board under this only are being charged room and board if they have an income from a job.
Which, but in most other, in my understanding, from what I've heard, people engaged in work release generally are paying huge proportions of their checks already to the DOC or to victims. And is that a correct? Would that be correct to say?
So people have statutory requirements for things that have to come out of their income before it's available to them in their accounts. That could be things like court-ordered restitution, child support, Sometimes there are court fees and fines that are remaining. I think there are a few other categories as well. What's important about this bill is that the people who have an income and are being charged room and board are charged a flat 10% of their income. So if their income is, let's just say on the low end, less than $40,000 a year, it's 10%. People who are engaged in remote work are often making substantially more than people on work release. We have people in our system who have, $90,000 a year is their salary for their remote work opportunities. That's not everybody, but you're definitely looking at the high end of people engaged in work opportunities at the department.
Interesting. Well, I'd be really interested to see for the work session if you can share with us some obviously depersonalized information about who's working and what kind of incomes they're earning and what percentage of their income is already going to the DOC. That would be very helpful for me.
Absolutely. And I do want to know when people have fees for things like restitution and, other like court fines and things like that, those are not going into the DOC budget. Those are going back to victims or to whatever other source that the court mandated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course it makes sense.
And I also want to clarify again that this bill doesn't put any money in DOC's budget. This goes back to the general fund.
Senator Curry.
Thank you. I think I just need clarity because I got a little lost on that last section. So if someone is doing work release, they're being charged 10% for room and board, and that's current standard. But because we've started remote work, there's not that standard, and you're looking to codify that to make it parallel with work release.
Essentially. So currently the statute requires that if someone is engaged in work release, they have to be charged room and board, which we've set at 10%.
Mm-hmm.
We currently consider remote work to be a type of work release. Mm-hmm. So if someone is engaged in remote work, they're currently also being charged that 10%. The purpose of this bill is really about transparency and consistency. We really want to update the statute, so there's no question about that in the future.
So codifying statute rather than department rule is your goal.
That would be accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 10%, and I think you partially answered this, but that 10% comes from rulemaking, correct?
I would have to go look to see whether it's established in a rule or a policy, but I will bring for you the document.
But
for the
it
work
is
session.
not, it is not through statute.
Correct.
Yeah, and so the statute currently says work release, you have to pay you have to pay your board. The department has interpreted remote work as work release.
That's correct.
Through its own initiative there, and the department has also interpreted that 10% is the appropriate cost of board.
That's correct.
I think for the work session, I'm curious to just see if you think that the percentage of what is determined to be board should also be in statute, or if it's more appropriate to leave that to rulemaking.
Are there any other? Yes, Representative Bunker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick math question. The 10%, is that off the top or is that applied after restitution, court costs, child support, et cetera, et cetera?
So it gets taken out. So the document, when I bring the document for work session, what you'll see is you'll actually see the order in which things are taken out. So it gets taken out after things like court ordered restitution. It's lower on the priority list. And I believe it's calculated off of the 10% of overall income, not 10% of what's left after the deductions, but I will clarify that. I'll get clarity on that for you for work session.
And second question, if I may, does the room and board charge differ from one facility to another?
It does not.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this legislation? Is there anyone that would like to speak against this legislation? Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Senator BB Center, Representative Hassenfuss, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is still Jan Collins, and I'm Assistant Director of Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, and I am here in opposition to LD 626. And what you are receiving at your desk is one of the things that you asked for, which is the collection priority list for the Department of Corrections. I do want to note on the back side, so there are actually 22 items, not just a few or a handful. There are 22 items that are on the collection priority list, and that room and board ranges from 10% to 25%, if you look at number 13 and 14 on the back. And you can see that it could easily amount to not bringing home any money in your paycheck if you have many of these items. So debtor's prison was abolished in Congress in 1833. However, in the 1970s and 1980s, we started to imprison more people for lesser crimes. As more and more people were sent to prisons, both courts and prisons looked for ways to recoup the cost of their expanding systems. As a result, offenders themselves are often forced to foot the bill for parole, reentry, drug rehab, electronic monitoring, and other services, as well as court fees and fines, which can actually average about $14,700 per person for court fees and fines. The Maine Department of Corrections has a collection priority list of 22 items accompanied by the percentage of any income that can be attached to each of the debts. Under this system, the DOC serves the judicial system as the collector of court judgments, attorney fees, alimony, court fines, court fees, court penalties, and court surcharges. It serves the Department of Human Services as the collector of ongoing and back child support. It adds its own charges for medical fees, facility charges, facility restitutions and sanctions, as well as replacement ID cards. On top of that, the DOC requires that individuals contribute 10% of their income up to $1,000, while it reserves the interest on those accounts to use at its own discretion. Even though a handful of residents may have the good fortune of acquiring a remote job, and I do underline a handful, they often have a family on the outside who have, up to this point, been shouldering these debts while struggling to meet their own needs. We oppose the concept of incarcerated residents paying for their prison cell. We believe adding one more category to the 22 already in place is a barrier to reentry success, which is, or should be, the primary focus of the Department of Corrections. Many of the people who are or will be employed remotely have already been steadfastly committed to their own rehabilitation. They are fully capable of success in the community. It would benefit their families, their communities, and the state of Maine if we acknowledge their job well done and release them. It makes no sense to continue to keep people in prison at a cost to state taxpayers of $78,000 or more per person per year, when they could be on the outside paying taxes and supporting their families. We urge you to amend this proposal to delete any charges and to consider the reinstatement of a pathway to release for those who have been so ably demonstrating their readiness for reentry. Thank you for your consideration.
And we'll receive the testimony. You sent it online?
I already,
I think it's been distributed.
Oh, it's already here?
Yep,
Oh, okay.
yep,
Okay,
yep.
thank you. Are there any questions? Yes. Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, Scholz, I don't know if you'd have this question, but this answer, roughly how much do you think someone would have to have saved to be successful for reentry?
That's a very good question. And I think that to be successful, you would have to be able to have at least 3 months rent, your down payment, your deposit, and be able to pay the next month's rent too. But beyond that, you would also need to have a job already in place on the outside. No one is going to rent you a property if you don't have employment. So you would need employment, you would need all of that down payment, you would need to be able to pay for your food and your clothing because you've been living in one set of clothes for probably months or years, and you probably don't have street clothes. And in the winter, you probably need quite a bit of money just to pay for your clothing. So I would remotely guess that $10,000 would be a good starting point. Yep.
Yeah, sounds about right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this legislation? Is there anyone that would like to speak neither for nor against this legislation?
How well you know me, of course I've got.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator BB Center, Representative Hasselfuss, and distinguished members of the committee. My name's Peter Lehman. I live in Thomaston. I'm a formerly incarcerated citizen and a person in long-term recovery. I'm testifying on LD 626 on behalf of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, whose goal it is to promote restorative practices in order to increase public safety and the health of our community. This bill, as you know, reflects current practice. This bill is designed to give the DOC explicit permission to do what it's already doing. It's important that educational release and remote work become explicitly permitted and encouraged. But it is neither proper nor justified to charge a resident for their prison cell or their prison food. And it is counter to the rehabilitative process to withhold here earnings that could be used to support successful reentry, as we've already talked about. The Department of Corrections argues that this is normalization, treating residents more like they were in the outside world, but they're not. There is no choice about the room and no choice about the board. And no consideration of differentiation. So some people making more will pay more for room and board. Some people will make less, will be paying less. That's not normalization, right? Notice also that people who have employment pay taxes, just like the rest of us. And so part of their income already goes to the general fund. If somebody's making $90,000 a year, a considerable amount goes into the general fund. this is another example, of course, of the MDOC taking a rehabilitative program and turning it into a profit center. Even though the money doesn't come back to the DOC. But this also presents us an opportunity because the statute is already there that authorizes room and board and a charge for room and board for work release. So we're suggesting that this bill be refined by eliminating all of Section E, lines 28 to 35 in the bill pertaining to room and board. The remaining bill would recognize educational release, remote work, public service work, and other programs resulting in the payment of restitution, court fines, etc., but not authorizing room and board. It seems to me like an elegant solution to this situation and does make, in fact, an explicit authorization of the about those other kinds of programs, remote work, etc. So thank you very much for your attention. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Mr. Lehman? Seeing none?
Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to give testimony neither for nor against this bill? For what? Okay.
Thank you. And I'm asking a question for work session and, looking at what was given to us by Ms. Collins, of the order, it seems like room and board is 12th down there on the number of things that can be taken out. I don't know if you could get a aggregated showing of, I'm sure a lot of residents don't have child support or, civil judgments and things like that. So like where, generally speaking, where does that 10% fall? Is it at the top or is it somewhere in the middle? Just some sort of analysis of who's paying what would be helpful.
Can you, thanks, Sam. Okay. That completes this bill, I believe. So we've got 25 minutes till 3.
Either pause for 25 or we can just do the public hearing and then pause in the middle of that.
Okay.
The Curtis this year is going still, so we could bring back up the DOT issue. We prefer to do that then. Maybe that last list until we miss that or so just wait.
Okay. So this will be the final bill.
Oh, let's do it for that. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Then I think we should just do that one now because 25 minutes is a long time to wait for me, but.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, we're now going to look at LD 719, an act to amend the share of state funding for the county jail operations fund. Would the person presenting this like to?
I believe she's on her way up.
She's on her way out? Okay. Again, just a reminder, we're going to need to pause at 3 to finish the budget, so we might be interrupting this next piece of legislation.
They were. I'm sorry, I got distracted by the new bomb sniffing dog out in the parking lot. I had to watch him do his stuff. He's very, I can't remember what his name is. Teddy. Yeah, he was doing some recalls. So. Oh, that's on Mike.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. All right, Senator Bibi Center, Representative Hasselfuss, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Representative Sue Salisbury, and I am from House District 128, which is part of Westbrook. And I'm pleased to present LD 719, which is an act to amend the share of state funding for the county jail operations funds. And I want to go off script here, which is the words, again, that every legislative aide hates to hear.
Thank you.
My goal in submitting this bill was to have a conversation about county jail fundings. It's something that I know this committee has talked about. I know that you will. There are several bills coming, if they haven't already, to talk about county jail funding. It's something that was talked about last session. And I want to make it clear that I'm not proposing that my bill is the best bill to deal with county jail funding, but I think it's a very, very important discussion to have. I think what you're going to find as you hear testimony today is there's sort of two camps dealing with this issue. We have the Department of Corrections and county jail operations, and somehow, in addition to these bills, we have to figure out how we can put those together. We know that the county jails do really essential work. I think you'll agree with me, they are underfunded. The amount of funding that's listed in statute hasn't been changed for years. And it's creating a huge economic impact for communities. And it's something that we need to deal with. County jails, the work that they do, they face these increasing challenges to deal with our neighbors that are dealing with the opioid epidemic, significant behavioral challenges, and they're the first line of defense when someone is arrested, and they have to deal with those challenges head on. So we need to do our part to support them. The question before all of you is going to be, what is the best way to do that? In my testimony, it talks a lot about how, as a state, we fund education, and we fund it at 55%. And I think you can make a correlation between what we're looking at here for county jail funding. We need to figure out the way to fund this first line of defense for county jails as part of our overall Department of Corrections. And I think that's a huge challenge for all of us as we look at this. Over the course, and the reason I'm so far off my script is because over the weekend, I was doing some more research, looking for some more data to try to get at the bottom of this. And one of the things that I'm trying to find is in statute, there are some reports that are due from county jails to the Department of Corrections. And I think, talking to a lot of different stakeholders, there's a lot of what it sounds like maybe some confusion about what is needed, when it's needed, who it's reported to, when it needs to be reported to, and then what that effect is on reports that are due to the Criminal Justice Academy. The thing that I'm sure that you've already heard, a lot of the county jails do their basic operations differently because of where they are, where they're located, what their needs are, and we understand that. But we need to find a way, we, meaning this legislature and starting with your committee, finding a way so that the county jails know what data they need to provide, who it needs to go to, and what the result is. As in the statutes right now, it says that if the reports aren't received, funding can be removed for those county jails, and we don't ever want to get to a place where that's happening. So I think with all of these bills, when it talks about county jail funding, we have to take a step back and make sure we're looking at all the data correctly, that we're looking at all the information, what the needs are, and if we're asking for the right things in our statutes. Are we asking for the right things to help this committee make the choices to provide funding? So I'm sort of pulling back a little bit. I'm imploring for the conversation to happen about how do we fund county jails. If it's not my bill, is it another bill? Is it something that we can get together a group of people to talk about county jail fundings? But it has to be in collaboration with the Department of Corrections. So those two entities are working together, and we make sure that everybody's clear about what the expectations are. Because right now it feels to me like maybe there's some missing links there with that information. And again, I'm sorry to go off topic, but you know how these things go. When you start looking for data and you start asking for questions late in the process, sometimes you open up a can of worms that you need to get to the bottom of. So I really want to say a huge thank you to the proponents of this bill, the county commissioners that have been helping to spur this conversation and doing the yeoman's work of running those county jails. It's a huge job. And I want to thank the Department of Corrections for their work as well. I think there's a lot of people in this room, and again, you're going to hear a lot of testimony, and I think you'll come to the same conclusion that I did, is that we need to get people together on the same page so that we can make sure we're working with the best data so that we can best fund equitably and adequately the county jails. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions? Yes. Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this 35%, I mean, it's 20 right now, right? And
That's a
so
little
it's a goal, basically. Now, this isn't including the medication part, right?
Right.
What would you put it, like, incrementally keep crime climbing? Is that what you want to do to get it to the 35%? Or what are you thinking?
Well, I think it goes back to the original question is I don't know if that's the best thing, just going to 35%. There are several people here that can testify and talk more specifically about some of those numbers. But I think that I don't know that we've even gotten to the point where we've adequately determined what the best percentage is, what is actually needed. There'll be some more testimony that'll talk more about the costs associated with running the county jails, in addition to the medication-assisted treatment. So that'll be the conversation as well. But I definitely think there's more information needed to get at what exactly is the best percentage, or because right now it's just a flat rate. So year after year, that flat rate isn't covering the cost.
Right.
So we really need to get at that data.
And I hear you about the county budgets going to the municipalities have been climbing. It used to be 3% cap, but now it's getting like 14%, whatever. And the municipalities can't keep up with that either. So I hear you. So yeah, just wondering what you knew, what you thought.
Well, again, it just, I'm conflicted because I'm not quite sure that we have a good answer. I think that this is a good place to start. We know, I mean, the truth is that we're not funding them adequately. So now we need to get at the data and get at the information so we know what the best number is. How can we sufficiently support them?
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Yes. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for starting an important discussion. Catching up on history, it appears from what I'm hearing that this $20 million figure has been flatlined for several years, but I can't get an accurate picture of how long it's been stagnant. Do you have any insight on that?
I don't, but I know there's people here that can tell you for sure. I can't remember what year that was put into place.
Okay. And so you're initially proposing a 35%. You said that you're not sure that that's the right number. and that's what the committee and hopefully other contributing speakers will help us drill down on. Do you think that there should be any type of, and I don't see it in here, any type of language in here that mandates a more frequent review of the numbers to make sure that our funding is keeping pace? Or is it just start at 35 and see where we go with this?
No, I definitely, currently in statute, there are places where financial data is required. And I think we need to go back to those statutes and make sure that those are asking the right questions, because they're currently required, but I don't know that they're getting at the right level of detail that we want. Because I think that having just a flat amount doesn't take into consideration increased costs, increased population, all of those things. So finding a percentage, but maybe looking at something that's based on the data that's provided, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Oh,
Yes, Senator Searway.
thank you, Madam Chair. Now this 20%, or the 20 million, what was that? That's based on the 20% of the whole budget, the state budget, or the correctional budget? Is that what we're talking about?
The current, the 20 million that's currently in statute. I don't know how that original number came about, but I'm sure, like I said, there's people
I'm
here
just
that.
trying to figure out
Yeah.
where that baseline was. I know about 10 years ago, it was like 14 million, and then it went up. I think this 18 million, and then 20 million the last 6 years or so.
Yeah.
That's what my
So-
understanding is.
I think
Yeah.
we have lots of super smart people that probably know that right off the top of their head.
That's what I recall.
I
Anyway.
am not one.
So, yeah.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Salisbury. Just one question about when you reference the way the schools are funded now, the state funds up 55%, took us forever to get there. One of the arguments against that was that the state had no control over what was spent. It was like a blank check. Do you
Yeah.
think that possibly the percentage way of getting there might not be the best way of getting there? Have you thought about that?
I do. I have thought about that, and I think you might be onto something. And it goes back again to those current statutes around requested financial data. I think if we can go back and look at those as well to find out what's being requested and those reports that result from them, that would give an indication about what's being spent, and it would allow this committee, the Department of Corrections, and the county is the opportunity to review that. Whereas I don't think that same kind of data is requested of schools.
And finally, you may not have been political when Baldacci was our governor, but at that time he suggested that the state take over running of the jails, all the jails. And there were some counties evidently that were in favor of that and some who hated the idea. Are you familiar with that? Do you have any comment on?
No, my
No, I don't
current
blame you for not
exposure to
having-
Baldacci is Senator Joe Baldacci. So I'm sorry, that's my only frame of reference. But, you know, and a lot of conversations when we've talked about like regionalization, we know that how that conversation usually goes. It's hard to give up that that control. So I don't have an opinion that I would be willing to share about that. But thank you.
Are there other questions or concerns? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also know it did not bring you cookies again. What's that, like 4 times? That's 3 or 4 times?
Could we perhaps is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of this?
I can do it in 4.5 minutes.
Okay,
Welcome back.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Senator Beebe, Senator Representative Hassenfuss, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Tim Curtis. I spoke to you just a few minutes ago about the MAT portion of the initiative that was put forth by the Jail Standards Committee. I'm the Somerset County Administrator. I'm also an appointed member of the Jail Standards Committee. I support LD 719 mainly because it's a policy issue and it's a fairness issue. 80% of jail funding is paid for by county property taxpayers. Those property taxpayers have little as any influence over the standards by which the jails operate. To the representative's point about the 55% and school funding, the jail operations is dictated by 250 standards that are created by the Department of Corrections. So there are standards and the state is clearly in control of how the jails operate. So 20%, that number is kind of a misnomer because it's not 20%. The 20 million that is in state statute right now for operating the county jails being paid for by the state, that 20 million represents about 17% of all the county operating costs. And the county operating costs are what's required by the state to operate a county jail. So the bill is asking for 35% of the operating costs, 35% of what's required to operate a jail. The most recent budget figures put that number at about $129 million. So if you're doing the fiscal impact exercise, that's taking that number of 20 million and moving it north of 42 million. So that's what this bill proposes. But as the representative mentioned, this is an opportunity to have a conversation about this. The 20,342,000 number, Representative, that came from LD 732 back in 2022. So that number of 20,342,000 has been in statute for several years now. It was not moved in the supplemental 23. It was not moved in the budget of 24. It was adjusted a little bit, but not moved in the supplemental of 25. Mainly, that's when the governor offered $3.9 million simply for helping to fund medically assisted treatment. So that's kind of how we've got to this point here. So when you hear people say that's been flat funded since 2022, that's what they're referring to. Often we refer to, and I've even heard Commissioner Liberty refer to the jails as the emergency room, as the trauma center. The folks that we're dealing with on any given day, and I'll use the sheriff's example, on any given day, you could walk into a intake facility of the jail and see a person with a broken arm, a person who is in withdrawal, active withdrawal, someone who has never been in a jail before, wide-eyed and open, overwhelmed by it all. So it would make sense that the costs associated with operating the emergency room would be higher than the 5th floor of the hospital. And so if you kind of use that analogy, the emergency room is the county jail, the state prison system is the 5th floor of the hospital. They've been stabilized by the time they get to the 5th floor. We're the trauma center dealing with folks in a wide variety of things. And finally, I'll just add, you heard me speak about medical assisted treatment and so forth this morning. That's an operating cost. This bill, LD 719, deals with operating costs, including medical assisted treatment. So we're not asking for 14 million on one hand and another 42 million on another. The bill accomplishes the same thing. We're taking two paths to try to gain an additional amount of funding from the state for county jails. One is the legislative path, LD 719. The other was a budgetary path where we made a request to Commissioner Figueroa, Commissioner Liberty, and so forth. So that's all I've got for you right now.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Being none, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to take a little bit of we're going to change the agenda. So what we're going to do is finish the budget. That we had some questions about this morning. So if people would stay, we'll finish this piece of legislation in about half hour, 45 minutes, if that's okay. Please come up.
I have 20 there.
Oh, no, I already handed it out to them.
Okay, I wasn't sure, so I brought some anyways. Sorry, guys.
Actually, I will take one. I didn't bring it up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Will, would you
Yep.
like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name's Will Tu. I'm the legislative analyst for the CJPS committee. And then Joe Legee, deputy director of MEMA.
Nice to see you guys again.
So continuing our budget wrap up from this morning,
Yes.
the committee was provided with two documents, a memo from MEMA as well as the Excel sheet related to that memo. And there were some remaining questions related to the decrease of federal expenditures or perhaps disproportionate to the increases in the general fund spending. So here for additional clarifications as to those numbers. Questions?
Please ask the questions that we want answered. Yep. Senator Curry?
Thank you for providing this. So I went back through the budget again and I was totaled up all the transfers and the percentages and the dollar amounts. It looks like in the position transfers, I got roughly 7.5 positions in FTEs when we were, 25% here, 50% there, 75. I got a transfer from federal FTE to state general fund of about 7.5 roughly. And the equivalent funding of $918,000 leaving federal funds. And then on the program side, the first two issues, item initiative 866, 86 and 867. Oh, I'm sorry, not those. 836 and 837, and then 838 and 839. What looked to be an additional 500K of federal money's lost. Money's no longer from federal dollars. So I'm just doing math here. I got 918 in federal dollars out on the staffing. I've got 499 of federal dollars out on the on those two initiatives. That gives me 1.417. So $1,400,000 of initiatives that say this federal money is gone. But I only see 314,000 in the summary of federal money gone. And so where did the other 1,100K of federal money go? Was it shifted somewhere else in the budget?
Yeah, so if I can kind of redefine the question and then kind of, I think, answer your question.
Thank you.
The question was, why doesn't the increase in state dollars equal the decrease in federal dollars? Correct? If you compare the total increase from one biennial to the next in state dollars, why isn't that number the same as the decrease over that same time period? Is that what you're looking at? Apples to apples?
Not
It shouldn't-
exactly, because I'm still just trying to figure out the federal dollars, because I in every just totaling up the initiatives, I've got to 1.4 million in federal dollars out. But in the summary, it just says the difference between this year and next year is just 300, and I'm just doing year, the specific year, the first year of it, of the budget. I just see 314,000 of federal dollars out. So in next year, it looks like I'm trying to figure out where that federal money went, because the 1,100,000
I think-
that I'm roughly getting.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question is some of the federal money has gone out, some has actually gone up. So I kind of talked about last time, the federal money that we're losing, have lost and likely will continue to lose is federal preparedness dollars related to some specific
FEMA preparedness grant program, so the Emergency Management Performance Grant Program and the Homeland Security Grant Program. I don't know if you have that kind of granularity in what you're looking at in terms of which federal dollars, or you're just looking at federal and state, and that's the level of granularity you have. But if you look deeper at the granularity, what you would see is that we're managing several different federal grant programs. A couple of them, like the two I just mentioned, are decreasing. We have others that are actually increasing. So we're actually increasing federal investment in the areas where we're getting more federal dollars. So disaster recovery and hazard mitigation are two areas where we're actually we're anticipating to get more federal dollars to support those programs. So that's why I mentioned last time, kind of a tale of two budgets. We're getting more federal dollars in a couple areas related to specific disasters and very specific disaster mitigation types of projects. But we're actually losing federal dollars to pay for disaster preparedness type work, planning, training, exercise, that kind of work with our communities. So you're seeing kind of a mixture of both there in the numbers, and that's why it's not going to be one-to-one. It's not going to be apples to apples. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just hard to read, to figure out where the increases are. When there's a federal increase, is there an initiative? I'm sorry. I
No,
didn't
no,
ask her.
please.
Is there an initiative with that? Can I find those increases in the budget that you all provided?
In terms of increased costs
Federal
or
funds.
increased federal dollars?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that entire, if we're looking at that spreadsheet. Let's see this. Orient myself here. So that Appendix A section of the spreadsheet there, those are new federally funded positions that we're looking to add on, and new state funded positions that we're looking to add on. Those are federal funds that weren't previously accounted for in the budget. Because we're looking to add a total of 6 positions across the agency to service some of these new federal grants and some of this new federal funding. So those are new expenditures. We also have new all other federal expenditures that we're adding on. So that's why it's a mixture of several federal grants here, and it's if you had the level of granularity to see which federal grants we're talking about for each of these positions. So if you looked at a position that we're looking to replace state money with Fed money on, you'd see that Fed money is going down and that state money is going up. It would be a one-to-one at that granular position by position level. But when you look at the whole thing holistically and you don't have that granularity, you're not seeing that disaster recovery money has that big peak. It's that big surge because we've had several different disasters over the last couple of years that have caused the surge in the funding to support them, as well as the hazard mitigation grant opportunities that have surged based on disasters and just, non-disaster related hazard mitigation grant monies.
Does that?
I'm still working it, but thank you.
Okay. Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I found very helpful was the Appendix B on that same spreadsheet. And that was, I know when we were talking about this, there's one line item, I can't remember which it was, where I was asking where the corresponding negative in federal funds were. But it appears to me that Appendix B basically takes all of those initiatives that you allocated general funding to, shows that for the 26-27 year in positives, and then 26-27 year, all of the reductions in federal funds, and we get down to a zero balance at the very end, if I'm reading that correctly. And so they all match out there with the corresponding line items over here. And the very first section, is that?
That's the apple to apple comparison.
Yeah.
That I think you're seeking. Is Appendix B, is the reduction in those federal grants and the, equal but opposite increase in state support for those previously federally grant funded positions.
Yeah. And
A, C, and D are kind of the reasons why it's not holistically an apple to apple kind of comparison.
And
follow up?
Yeah, Director, do you recall which one? I remember there was that question I had to where is the corresponding federal deduction here? Was that actually a misprint on this budget, or is there some other explanation for why there was the language that said it was changing from federal fund to general fund, but there was no federal deduction.
We looked at the budget. We don't think it went in incorrectly into the state's budgeting system. It's kind of just confusing. The way you guys see and kind of how that system kind of outputs data is not, I don't think, the easiest to read. I think that money's still, you're not seeing a reduction there because we wouldn't use that federal funding on that position, but we're looking to use it for one of these new positions in that same grant.
Will, do you recall which specific line item that
Yeah,
was?
I don't remember which one. I can look for it.
Okay,
but-
I can find it in here. I didn't know offhand, but no, thank you for that Appendix B. I think that is exactly what we were looking for, to see the dollar for dollar match all the way down. And then Appendix A explains why there is that discrepancy in monies, where there is some federal, some general monies for those new positions. I think that's very helpful.
Yes, Senator Searway.
Well, I see the match, but it's still confusing to me because you're still saying, it's going to the state fund. So we're still paying for it, right? So is there a different percentage of what the state's paying to federal because of this to make it match? I'm just trying to figure this out. Because when you take 50% off and then 50 and you got to put that 50 somewhere, is that being paid by the state? Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to get plain English here.
Yeah. So we do have some federal grant programs that do have a match associated with them. The Emergency Management Performance Grant Program in particular is one grant that's decreased in terms of the federal dollars. It's one of the ones that took a 10% hit.
Yeah.
We have a 50-50 match for that program. I'll say though that we have plenty of matching funds for that grant. We're actually that grant has now reduced to a level where we don't have any issues matching that. We actually need a majority of state dollars to continue running these programs as normal. So a position that previously we could support at 50-50, 50 federal grant, 50 state.
Yeah.
We don't have that 50% federal grant anymore. So to keep the position, we need to increase the state's buy-in to that position
That's what I was
or drop
wondering.
the headcount.
Yeah.
One of the two.
So and now when you're talking that way now, what increase is it percentage wise that we're gonna have to increase for those positions?
So we've looked at the positions at the agency when preparing that kind of a Appendix B section that connects to a bunch of different positions at the agency. Why those positions is, I think, a good question. We've looked at the positions that had a dominance, a majority of federal funding attached to them, and tried to either bring them to 50-50 or below that 50-50 point, really just to get at a point where we were reducing our reliance at the more granular level by position to less than 50% federal, and holistically as an agency to less than 50% federal. So in terms of dollars, it's going to take to get to a point where we're kind of balanced with what we see for federal reductions. It really is kind of this Appendix B ask that we're seeing in terms of swapping a lot of this key personnel services costs over. There are positions that we have at the agency still that are going to remain mostly, if not all, federal funded. And those are generally positions that service that grant and that grant only. So it makes sense to leave them as federally funded positions because theoretically they're only doing work on that grant. If that grant didn't exist anymore, then we theoretically wouldn't need the position anymore. So we're leaving those ones as is. But a number of the other positions that we're readjusting here, regardless of the presence of federal grants, are still required. We still need to have a training and exercise program, regardless of whether the feds pay for it or the state pays for it. It's still an emergency management service that needs to be provided to the state of Maine.
Is this clearer to people? Senator?
Thank you. I'm just still struggling with with the overall, the large picture here, which is, the base budget would be for 25, 26. I'm looking at page 50. In our would be, 1,603, 1,603 for personnel services. And we've recommended what's proposed is 2,720. And so I'm just struggling with, this is a tight budget year. And, we're going to be making some really, really hard choices. And we've heard about that, county funded, supporting our counties, supporting healthcare access, all sorts of things. And I'm surprised to see a budget that is so large in a time when the governor said, hey, hold back, tight budget the year, and so can you defend that, or how do you defend that with it growing so much?
Yeah, certainly. That's certainly guidance that we got, and I don't think we're asking for anything here that we don't need or we don't feel like we need to make sure the state's more prepared. We're seeing an increase in disasters, both the frequency and intensity of disasters. I don't think anyone would question that, given what we saw in 23 and 24. We anticipate that we're going to continue to see more disasters. Our charge is to make sure the state's prepared for catastrophic disasters. So take what we saw 23, 24, compare it to what you saw last year down south. We're looking to see that the state is well postured for that. The problem that we have is that we're not seeing an equal reaction in terms of the federal dollars that are available to fund those efforts. We're actually seeing either flat or decreasing costs in that area of preparedness. So.
And so I just want to be clear where all right, so the shifting that you're seeing, so we saw a net reduction in year one of the proposed budget of 300,000+ in federal funding. But kind of what's more dramatic is the shifting, and you're saying we've lost funding for grants that focus on preparation and
Preparedness, correct.
And where you saw increases is it where? Response?
Recovery.
Yeah. Recovery. Okay. And so the state budget that's kind of adjusting to that reality is to increase the funding for preparation.
Correct.
And to fill that hole. That's what you're saying.
Certainly.
Okay. But just trying to be clear on this. And I have one more
Please,
kind of very concrete
please.
question. The technology, there was a big increase in main IT expense, and I'm not sure what number it is, but I'm away from it now. Was that 836? 839. We lost 299,000 for main IT and in federal funds, and we or 299 in federal funds is out, replacing it with 392. So even in almost 190,000 more in that. Was that so that's part of a larger network of the replacement system. What system are we talking about?
So that expense isn't
It's a formula, right? That
isn't a
you're
new
part of.
system. Correct. We're not taking on new IT services or procuring a new IT service in that line item. That's just our baseline cost in state government to operate our agency with the number of staff that we have. And that cost, so two things are happening in that number. We're looking to reprogram. Previously, we had used federal dollars to buy down some of that cost in addition to state dollars. Since we're losing federal dollars, we don't necessarily have the federal dollars to do that. So we're asking the state to take a bigger bite out of the apple on that, as well as we're getting an increased cost for the next biennium. We've been told that those costs are going to go up by a certain amount. So it's kind of twofold in that increase. That's why it looks so large.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or concerns about this budget issue? Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm sorry, once again, I really appreciate your Appendix B. but I'm struggling to understand that when we have non 100% to 100% funds, like for instance, it looks like on Appendix B, all of the, fiscal year 27s are dollar for dollar. So 64,000, 100,000, 50,000 on down the line. But not all of the initiatives are one-to-one fully funded from federal to general. There's some that are 60-40. There's some that are 25-75. What am I missing there when we go from a 75 federal fund, 25 general fund to a 100 general fund? Where's that percentage piece? Like, why would it be a full deduction from the federal side of the full amount? Yeah.
Senator Curry?
I think the only amount, because it's the initiative, it's only the change. I think it's the change, so that the federal amount, it's the addition of the, like, let's say it's going from 75, it's only the change that's part of it. And so they're taking out the 25% from the Fed, or the 75% of the Fed, and adding that 75%. I think it's just the change. Am I accurate on that?
Yes, yeah, you're only seeing the percentage that's gonna change one way or the other. You're not, some of these positions still have federal funding components. You're not seeing it here because it's part of the baseline effectively.
So that is not the actual cost for the position,
The
which
salary
would,
for
which
that.
would be why, like, some of these, I'm like, why is it only 33,000? Well, it's because it's a percentage of the whole, and because it's already in the baseline. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That makes sense now, because the percentages just didn't seem to add up.
Are there other questions, concerns on this budget item? Seeing none? Yes. Representative Hassan-Fuss.
I will move, did we move all of these into the budget? We have
Yeah.
already. I'm satisfied that these answers have covered any questions that we had. I don't think we need to revisit any of those votes. So I would be happy moving on.
Send a motion?
Yeah, I think unless somebody wants to make a specific motion on any of these line items, we can just be satisfied and move on. Is everybody okay with that?
So we don't need a motion to pass this one.
Well, I think we're satisfied with what we voted on, and thank
Alright.
you, Director.
Thank you
for
very much.
Going through all of that and helping us understand the complexities of the state budgeting process. Perhaps we should ask the Honorable Solomon Millet behind you to come up and explain the intricate details of what we're looking at.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so Will, I think we're all set with that budget. So now we need to return to LD 719. Okay. Thank you. So we are back to LD 719. An act to amend the share of state funding for the county jail operations fund. Is there anybody who would like to speak in favor?
We just can't get enough of this place, huh?
Criminal justice and public safety. Reside in Waterford. I'm in my third month as a county commissioner for the Oxford County Board of Commissioners. So I'm here in relation to a critical element of our county budgeting, that being the jails fund, the jail operating fund. As you might expect, I'm focusing more on the financials and the numbers part of this issue. After the first paragraph, I'm really saying that the local property taxpayers are impacted by what we do, what you ultimately do in terms of funding the county jail operating costs. And that chart at the middle of the page really represents all of the 8 years of the Mills administration. The first 2 years were the 129th legislature, which I might remind people was passed with an overwhelming 2/3 vote. Prior to the medication-assisted treatment mandate and others that came along, and prior to the creation of the County Corrections Professional Standards Council, which was implemented in 2022. So what the chart shows you is a reference to the county jail operating costs across that top line. Those were actual numbers at the time for the 129, and they funded a flat funding amount of 18.5 million. And that's where I think the 20% figure comes from. I don't believe, I'll stand corrected if staff or otherwise can cite some statutory thing, but I think that was an assumption following the Baldacci experience of trying to make the correction system a system where the capacity across both the county jails and the state-run prisons was considered in the context of all of the inmates requiring incarceration. What changed when we got into fiscal 22 and 23, the budget that was submitted to the 130th legislature, and it now looked like the 20% figure would work in the first year, namely at 20.4 million. And that became the baseline number. I think there was some comments here early on. That's not a statutory number, that 20.4 million. That's the baseline that occurred first in FY22. It continued in 23, the second year of that biennium. It continued in 24 and 25 in the 131st. And the governor has chosen to continue it in the 132nd. So when you look at the material that was given to you when you met with the Appropriations Committee, you saw two initiatives on the county jail fund page. The first was to maintain that baseline figure of 20.4 for each of the 2 years. And secondly, there was an initiative that started in the 23, actually it started in the 131st legislature, but became effective only in the current fiscal year. And you'll notice in the second line, everything was 20.4 million until you get over to fiscal 25. Luckily, in the supplemental last year, after a lot of infighting, there was an additional $4 million included as the so-called mandate issue addressing Medicaid-assisted treatment and other mandates that have come along since. So when you look at the biennial budget, you see the same two numbers showing up in 26 and 27. The problem for us at the county level and for the local property taxpayers is if you look back to the top line, you'll see that the cost of the operating portion of the 15 county jails has gone up rather dramatically starting in fiscal 23. From 108 million to 115 to 127, and that is the fiscal year 25. We operate pretty much on a county year. So it includes the first half of the county adopted budgets and an assumption of the second half. And then in the 26, 27 levels, it shows a 4% increase each year on top of that. But the problem for us, the unsustainability issue, comes in the bottom line. Because in staying with that baseline number, for the 26, 27 fiscal years, you're dropping the percent to 19, to 18, and to 17%. So going forward, what we're doing is passing on the additional cost, the incremental cost of housing our county jail inmates to the local property taxpayer. And that's the reason for the LD in front of us and others that I'm sure you have seen and will probably be working if you haven't already begun them. I just want to point out in the language portion of LD 719, second page, middle paragraph, 5 lines down, you'll see the goal of this 35% is to be equal to the total cost of operating the county jails and the regional jail, that being the 2 county jail, to meet the standards established by the commissioner 4 county jails pursuant to 2 sections of Title 34A. As I think back to the comment that Representative Nutting made about the lack of similarity to LD, well, the vote of the people in June of 2004, mandating 55%, there was concern when the legislature came in 2005 that maybe we were actually giving local control over the state budget. I would say in this current picture, we're giving state control over the county budget. And the counties have little say about what they are trying to do because the inmates are all coming by virtue of state law being violated, state courts making sentencing. Many of the inmates coming in are waiting trial, and we really cannot say no. We have to accept them, and we do. And it was part, I think, of, and I don't want to drag in the commissioner now because he wasn't there in the Baldacci years, but I think Governor Baldacci recognized this is a system-wide issue. It's a statewide issue. It's not just a county or a state prison issue. And I know, I go back to Angus King, a lot of bonding for the state prisons, again with more in the LePage era for both the Warren prison, the Wyndham expansions, and all of the issues at the state prison level have been funded by bond issues, backed by the state. We don't have any access to state-funded bond issues. So this year, my jail administrator who's here, Dana Dillingham, would tell you in detail, we struggle with an old building with 47 units. It hadn't been renovated, and we were handling twice that many inmates. So we used the ARPA money, the American Rescue Plan money, which was said not to be usable for operating purposes, but could be used for renovation. So Dana took that facility and renovated in the latter portion of last year, housing all of the inmates in local or other county jails and paying the daily rate for them. So we've got a newly renovated 47-unit jail. Our current average population is 78. So we're basically funding at least 31 people at a rate close to $100 a day elsewhere within the system. And we have no alternative to that because we are told we are going to accept that 78 current level inmate population, and it's ours to deal with. So I guess I want to cut this to the chase here and say the property tax result of this unsustainable graph is that we are passing on, without the local municipalities having a say, the cost of running those county operating jails that exceeds the 24.4 million. And in my budget, in my county, it really represents a significant amount of increase on the local mill rate. I went to my first town meeting on Saturday, and while the people are very friendly in my hometown, there were no arguments. But they know, and I've talked with the selectmen, when that town's municipal budget rate is calculated this summer, it's going to go up by 27%. The mill rate is going to go up by that amount of money because we've passed it to them. They know what they've got for evaluation, what they've got from a municipal budget. They don't know what the school budget is going to be, but with those two overlays that they don't have a say on, we're going to look at a 27% rate increase in my local town. That's not sustainable. And that's why, and I won't read the rest of my testimony, but that's the reason why we're here, is we have created a system we thought, and we want to be a partner in that system. But we have not maintained the state responsibility that was seen early, that was implied when the State County Corrections Professional Standards Committee was created. And they are the ones that presented the budget to Governor Mills asking for, and it's an interesting case because I have the sheet that you folks looked at when you went with the appropriations at the budget meeting. It had two initiatives. 20.4 is the baseline, 4 million for maintaining the medication assisted treatment and other mandates, and essentially flat funding it for 2 more years. And we're saying those mandates should have been fully paid for. And yes, we're appreciative of the 4 million that we got last spring, but it's not sustainable. We're basically looking at the gap widening. And I think Representative Salisbury and I talked briefly, and I think her heart is in the right place. I really believe Commissioner Liberty is too. I kind of like the guy, and I hope he will be reasonable. to the issue that we're presenting. We are hurting. We want to be part of the partnership. We want to be clarity to you people and for the future going forward, that we have an integral role to play. And we want to play it according to the rules that don't change. And those rules should require that data we are asked for is presented in a timely way, that you have it. And back to that second page language, the statute is pretty clear, and it may not be perfect language to you, but in 719 it says 35% of the total cost of operating the county jails and the regional jail as needed to meet the standards established by the commissioner for county jails pursuant to those statutes or otherwise required by law for the prior county concluded fiscal year. So it's unlike the school funding law, which relies on economists to create matrices and do all kinds of things about how the schools ought to be actually configured. This is saying it's tied right back to the previous fiscal year expenditure. And I'm not here to say you can jump to 35% before you adjourn in June. It's probably not in the cards. But some movement in that direction, I think, would be appreciated by us, because the picture we're trying to present to you is a point of no return. The only alternative to us is to pass it on to the property taxpayer. And I don't think any of us want to be able to, or to have to say, for the foreseeable future, for 2 more years, your property taxes are going to go up because we're doing what the state told us to do, and they're flat funding us. They're not looking at the impact of their own decisions. I'm going to stop there and say, I could talk a lot about the comparisons of, dealing with that 55% of education and what we saw in both the Baldacci and the Mills era. And I think if people want to do the right thing, it's just the question right now, resources appear to be limited and we appear to be in a flat period in the economy. And we need to be looking at priorities, but realizing that this is a level of government that we've told what to do, and we haven't funded them in accordance with the message that we're delivering. And I hope you can get your arms around it. I know our people, we've got our legislative policy committee chairs here. Tim Curtis talked with you about it. A lot of these charts that he has developed are really explanatory. They would give you a much better picture than I've just done in a rambling presentation. But seriously, we need your help, and we're willing to work with you. We're willing to reach consensus on clarity, data submission, the process that we follow, and anything we need to do to meet those standards and do the right thing for the inmates that we're charged with housing. We want to do it, but we need help.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there questions? Senator Curry.
Thank you. I'm curious as to, I in support of pushing these numbers higher, also trying to figure out how to reduce cost. And one of them that my sheriff brings up to my attention is the challenge of not having enough assistant DAs, and so having people way too long in the jail. And what your thought would be on any types of funding that, like, whether or not it should go direct to the counties at 35% or we should be targeting assistant DAs to try to reduce how much you have to spend to board folks at other facilities.
I'm going to interpret that question, Senator Curry, in 2 ways. First of all, the state courts are mandated to place in the counties any criminal who's been adjudicated with a sentence of 9 months or more. Anything up to 9 months comes our way. We don't have any say over that. That is an issue for your folks over across in the Judiciary Committee to revisit that. But the other thing I think I heard you implying, we needed in the early years of Baldacci to look at efficiencies across systems, look at the issue of capacity in a shared way, look at similar options for reducing costs and dealing with our mandate at the county level as well as at the state level. And I think we, again, I would say, are willing to work on that. We worked, I remember I was Commissioner Dash at the time, and actually at the end of the 124th, We created a group of people to what they call scrub all of the county budgets and all of the prison capacity and look across the system and say, what could we do in every one of the county jails, all 15, that is economically justifiable, working with similar approaches to efficiency? I think we're still there. We need to do that. And Representative Salisbury said that in her testimony. We want to be a part of this process. That's the bottom line.
Senator Searwood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I see where, it was 20% and then it starts dropping, as far as the percentage wise. And I think, minimally, we should bring it back to the 20%, right? Minimally.
While I said earlier, Senator, that I don't think there is a statute that mandates 20% of prior year costs. That's been the trend since
Right.
the 120,
But
100.
it would kind of bring it back to at least what we were
Yes.
doing.
Right.
What we're doing as a regular, but, so I think if we started there.
Right.
And then figure out this, the I guess the 4 million was added, but that was for, what was, it
Medication
basically
assisted
brought it
treatment.
up to,
It was in the 131st in the second supplemental that we put it into 25 for the very first time.
Yeah.
Acknowledging that a mandate had occurred 2 or 3 years before.
Right.
That all county jails utilize medication-assisted treatment approaches to serving those in need. And it was never funded as a mandate earlier, but now it is part of the 4 million ongoing.
so it looks like, at least, we should look at that. And then, and I know they're talking about the drug issue, which is gonna be an added, quite a bit amount. And so I think, I certainly would support the 20% at the least the start. Because I do think, we're climbing, like you say, on the municipal end. It was like 14% in my area last year, and it's gonna continue to go up and up, and we're gonna have to do something.
Yep.
Because they just can't sustain that.
You're right on. And you have the experience from your own past of working with prisoners, and the substance abuse issue and mental health issues are compounding the problems for those dealing at the lower sentences, up to 9-month sentences. We have a lot of people that probably shouldn't be there, but
Right.
they're there under current law. And back to Senator, back to the hearing when you had with the Appropriations Committee, that Corrections Professional Standards Committee presented to Governor Mills a request for 13.6 million more in the first year, which included the 4, and an additional 10 in the second year, so that the budget she was given would have cost another $30 million. It would approach 35%. But obviously, as you know, it wasn't included in the biennial budget.
Right.
Representative Hassenfuss?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you for coming. I think you know your way around this place fairly well. But what I hear you expressing is that it might be time for a resolve or a commission to really get the appropriate individuals together and really address this problem that I think we all understand to be one. Would you be willing to serve on such commission or help get those individuals together if that's the way that this committee chooses to move this bill forward?
Yeah, it's part of my DNA. It's problem solving and we know, and I know, and you should hear us all saying, and the chairs will speak and so will the sheriff from Penobscot. No one expects you to immediately go to 35% in the upcoming year, starting in July, or even the second year. But we need to see some progress and we need to see some commitment to solve the problem. And yes, in workshops or whatever, if I can be of help, I know enough not to put my nose where it doesn't belong, because I watched the biennial discussion so far, And I'm going to stay out of that, I'll tell you, until we reach some sort of consensus. Because we can't just push these problems ahead or just say no and do the old majority budget issue. I just don't like that. I was privileged to work with Governor Mills in our first biennial budget. And we went to her as Republicans. We said, you got to do something about the attempts to undo the workers' comp reforms. And she said, I'll step up on that. We actually, I think we got well over 100 votes in the House and well over 24 in the Senate for a biennial budget. So when we work together, we can get it done.
Representative Lickler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. You attribute most of the increase here to medication-assisted treatment in the jails?
I think that's a big part of it, Grayson, but I think too, that census increase is adding to it. When I think about our Oxford County budget, we got 31 people that we can't handle at $100 a day. Think of that, $365 a day, a year, and a biennium. It really is a major part of shifting, or not only shifting, but first of all, increasing our budgets that we can't really avoid.
Yeah. Do you see any other areas that are increasing? I mean,
I'd like to say,
wages.
as I said earlier, we're shopping for efficiencies. If there's anything we can do in partnership with the state, anything we can do to maybe revisit those standards that the judicial committee might very well be able to do. Because right now with the indigent legal problem, with the backlog in the courts, there are more people building up in the pipeline that are going to cause that 78 people to go up dramatically once they get through the sentencing part.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And then you also brought up how the state has often bonded in the past for corrections. Have the counties ever bonded for any, infrastructure things pertaining to jails?
They've had to do that in a couple of cases. The two county, Twin Bridges jail was funded by two counties, Saginaw and I think it was Knox, together. We've talked some about revenue bonds, but we don't have a way of saying, help us on the general fund side, because we'd have to do it as local bonding. We were lucky to have upwards of $1 million of American Rescue Plan money to do the renovation, or we couldn't have gotten that done.
Are there other questions? Senator Seawood.
So I guess my question is, this is going to be a time element. You're going to have a certain amount of time trying to get this resolved. And so what's your thoughts? Are your thoughts like having both these tabled and then you kind of coming up with an idea and then bring it back for the works session? Is that what your thought is?
I think so, Senator. I know you had a discussion at 9:30 this morning about your report to approach, including this issue and the MEMA issues that you talked about here for the last few minutes.
Right.
And I'm sure they're waiting for your recommendation. I would suggest that when you report, you acknowledge the time you've already spent on this bill and related ones, and let them know what your feelings are. I would say there is an issue coming up that may help us, but it may hurt us, and that's the April 1 revenue forecast update. If the economy is growing again, it could provide some more revenue. If it's not, our problem gets worse.
Yeah.
And we need other ways to solve it after April 1.
Yeah.
Are there other questions, other thoughts? Thank
Sorry
you
for
very
rambling.
much.
I know you're doing good work and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there other people who would like to speak? Whoops. The winner.
Maybe. Good afternoon, Chair Beebe Center, Chair Hassenfuss, members of the committee. My name is Jim Cohen. I am a partner with the law firm Veraldana. I'm here on behalf of the Maine County Commissioners Association. And just as my predecessor spoke about a topic that he knows very well, which is money,
I'm here to talk more about the law side of things because it's a topic I know about. Pretty much most of what I know about the state budget, my predecessor taught me over many years, and I continue to learn every time he speaks. What I wanted to talk to the committee about today is to really hone in on the piece about how our county jails are an integral part of our state's criminal justice system. And that at each step along the way, in terms of the path a resident would take through incarceration and ultimately release, is a creature of requirements that come from the state. And so I've included a chart that I'm going to run through quickly. I will say that I spent 6 years in municipal government in the city of Portland. I spent a term as mayor. And I served on the Budget Advisory Committee and chaired it for Cumberland County, so I learned quite a bit about how county budgets work. And this is a significant challenge. So if you look at the chart, it starts with this legislature decides what's criminal. So that's a state decision. Once an activity is defined as criminal, it's up to law enforcement to decide to arrest somebody. Sometimes it's the county sheriff, but that's local police, and that's the state police. It's up to our prosecutorial system to decide whether to press charges. It's up to our courts to decide, is somebody going to be incarcerated pending trial? Those are bail decisions. All of those decisions are not made by counties. Once an individual is incarcerated, the manner in which they are incarcerated is established primarily by state law and the Commissioner of Corrections. Now, it was referenced earlier, a 250 set of standards. It's a 163-page document that the Department of Corrections maintains, which lists those 250 requirements on how the manner in which an individual is incarcerated. I might encourage the committee to print out a single copy of those 163 pages just to see how voluminous it was. I thought of it too late to bring over a copy, but it might be worth looking at just how detailed those standards are. Once an individual comes to a court, there's either a decision to settle the case, possibly with incarceration, possibly not, or with incarceration, a determination that counties have no part of. Then the question is, if somebody is sentenced to a crime, how long are they going to be incarcerated for? State law says 9 months or under, it's county jail. But what if it's 2 consecutive sentences, each of which is a day less than 9 months, which is frequent? That person is still in a county jail, not incarcerated in the state prison system. A determination of our courts, a determination of prosecutors and defense counsel. What about how long people are waiting for trial? 90% of inmates are pre-trial. County commissioners actually supported the judicial budget to try to increase the amount of throughput and speed. Speedy trials are a good thing. Supported having more defense counsel so that people aren't languishing in jails. We hope those things are successful. And if they are, an approach that says the state will pay a percentage and the counties will pay a percentage, that if the pie shrinks, everybody pays less. So bringing those costs down is a good thing. So which gets me to the final piece, which is there are also people incarcerated in the county jails for probation violations. That's state law. That doesn't come with any money attached to it. Sometimes other residents of the state prison system need to be incarcerated in our jails. That happens. Money doesn't come with it. What's interesting is there was a 1985 commission, a blue ribbon commission, that was established to look at prison overcrowding. What that commission recommended was we should have certain sentences, 9 months or less, where people are now going to be incarcerated in county jails. But there should be a daily payment rate from the state to compensate the counties. that compensation never happened. So here we are. The state runs our criminal justice system. Local taxpayers are left to pay for it. I like the 35% because it's somewhere between 20 and 55. There's not magic to this. This is a decision for the legislature to make, is how much of a burden do we want to put on the property taxpayer? A regressive tax, one of the taxes that Maine people dislike the most. Do we want to put it on that, or do we want to put it on the state? We're saying put more of it on the state. But even at 65%, that's major skin in the game for counties to be as efficient as possible. So is this the right answer? That's ultimately up to you all to decide. And we think this is one potential approach. And the last point I would make is, if there's a concern that counties aren't spending their money in the right places, the Commissioner of Corrections has authority over what happens in jails. That 250 rules, 163-page document can always be set. This legislature created a county corrections professional standards council that Commissioner Gordon, that you'll hear from in a second, Administrator Curtis are on, as well as the Commissioner of Corrections, sheriffs, and the Maine Municipal Association. This legislature actually gave that council rulemaking authority over finances. It provides opportunities to come to this committee and talk about county jails. These are opportunities that have not been taken advantage of. There's actually no permanent staff of this council to even bring forward a rulemaking. So there are steps that could be taken to make the council we have more efficient, because it has no staff, to work together, to work with the commissioner. And I think, as Commissioner Millett said, well, we do want to work with all the parties. So we thank you and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I noticed in this, it's talking about, funding, talking about cuts, talking about that sort of thing, but it doesn't talk about safety. Because when you start thinning things out, changing things, then there's a safety factor.
Yeah.
And I'm noticing a lot more people getting released, getting bailed out early, people causing more crimes because they come back and they do something stupid after. So we really got to be looking at that as well. But I think, the funding, certainly, I think there's got to be a balance for the property owners and state tax. And I understand that. And I think that's what's got to be looked at right now. I think that there's got to be, we had that balance working pretty well, but now all of a sudden there's been a big shift. And just in the last, I think, 6 to 7 years, I'm noticing, that curve has gone to the municipal.
Senator Searway, do you have a question?
I'm getting there.
All right, keep going.
I'm getting there, yeah. But I'm seeing the municipal shift. And so how can we get that back? I guess that's the question I've got, is, and without hurting safety. And that's because that's my big concern, is we've been cutting, and with getting people out early, whatever, and changing the crimes to civil, and that's hurting us. There's a lot of things that have happened, and we're actually increasing our costs.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for the question. And I think that where lines are drawn about what's criminalized, how long people should be in jail, what are the safety standards while somebody's in jail? We have procedures in place. And part of it is this legislature debating what type of activities should be criminalized or what shouldn't be. And there are elections for prosecutors who then make determinations about whether to pursue charges. And then ultimately, our court system makes decisions. So there are a lot of checks and balances along the way. But however those decisions get made, when people end up at the doorstep of the jail, that place of last resort, the emergency room of our criminal justice system, we're passing all those costs along to the property taxpayer, the vast majority of those costs. And in the end, it's up to this legislature to decide what those rules should be, but also whatever those rules are, how big that pie is, what percentage of it should we ask our property taxpayers to pay? And those are not easy questions. I don't relish your having to make those decisions, but it's your decision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or concerns? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor of this? Welcome.
Thank you. Let me get my signature here. And while I'm signing, let me, well, first,
Can you sign in?
let me, okay, thank you. Well, let me say good afternoon and thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Senator Beebe Center, Representative Hassan-Fosk, members of the committee and fellow citizens. I'm Steve Gordon, Chairman of the Cumberland County Commissioners, co-chair of the Legislative Policy Committee for the MCCA, and chair of the County Corrections Professional Jail Standards Council. LD 719 creates a state-funded target supporting 35% of the county jail's total operating costs. And I think that's been reiterated a little bit, is that it's not just what the mental health, the MAT, it's the total operating cost. In simple terms, this approach is to give recognition to the state's jail requirement and mandates, and then transfer those incurred costs from the county property tax bucket to the states, thus removing them from the most regressive tax structure. At this point, I'll also indicate to you, you've mentioned it a little bit, but the capital costs of a jail are not in this figure. So that's totally held right now at the county level. And that was, as I recall or recollect reading, was when they made the decision to let the prison have county bed space. And the 9-month was made. Additionally, I wish to express some examples of issues that increase our costs and whose root cause solutions or unintended consequences occurred because of these rulings. Judiciary. 90% of our jail residents' populations are pretrial. And we've talked about that, but a lot of people don't understand that it's that high. Unilaterally, and our nominal jail bed rate is $150 a day if you take it over all the counties and put it together. The judiciary also at one time, and I can understand this with the district attorney, be able to make deals with a person that's being incarcerated, unilaterally developed a workaround to your 9-month resident housing limitation by creating 9-month consecutive sentencing without a fiscal note. The nominal jail bed rate approximates $55,000 annually. Probation, and we've mentioned this a little bit, is distinctly a state program as it applies to state sentenced prison residents only. Yet it's my understanding that they are temporarily housed in 20 or 40-day blocks of time at county jails prior to violation hearings and without compensation to the counties. The other, this is something that we as commissioners at Cumberland have talked about a couple of times, is that DHHS, 75% of our resident population are prescribed some sort of psychotropic prescription, and they take either daily or on some particular schedule. And this is a point where I think we could make some inroads. I'll continue on later, a little bit later. Sadly, I make the comment, if you think about it, our county jail houses and the largest mental institutions located within each county. From the 30,000-foot level, many of the jail residents are not criminals, for which our jail facilities were designed and our personnel trained. Nevertheless, those residents who make up this 75% are incarcerated, in need of assistance from DHHS, as they have the appropriate programs and the trained personnel to assist such individuals. And I'm not saying that they start off that way, but they could work that way and they could assist jails on the outside. And it goes to this. More importantly, once released, DHHS programs remain available and in effect for residents, which attacks the heart of recidivism. Failure, as the limitation of county jail ages is no longer the barrier. In other words, because the jails are not responsible for people once they get out, they're on their own. We don't have that responsibility, and that's where the problem lies with somebody that gets released from jail, because they're now in a process where they're coming out of drug abuse programs. They're now having to try to find assistance that's out there, and they're not lucky to get, they're not, very seldom are they able to do it. And that's why the program that was mentioned with Subricate works, because it holds them for a period of time where they can get their feet on the ground set and they can move on into society. In summary, this bill initiates an equity between those existing state requirements and county jail expenses by transferring their funding from county property tax bucket to the states. A final thought that I indicate to you: lowering jail costs lower county property taxes markedly. And an example I will give you is that Cumberland County has tried and has been successful up until this year at holding our increases to our communities at less than 4%. This year, we're going to be almost 8%. And it's because of issues like this. And that's just Cumberland County. Other counties are much higher. And the fact is, we need this assistance and we need this help. I like the ideas that I'm hearing here. I mean, the positions that the people that are members of the county commissioners that you've heard, those were outstanding comments. Many of them I just had to rip out of what I was going to say because I couldn't say it as well. But we're in a terrible time financially at counties, and it is going to impact the municipalities because they ultimately are responsible for collecting our bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Luckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. I don't know if you can answer this. Is there some kind of a when the legislature passes a bill that has a cost to a municipality, it's an unfunded mandate, but that doesn't exist with the counties?
No, it does.
It does. So these bills have to pass by like 2/3 or else we provide the funding.
Right.
90% of the funding.
Right.
And so are we out of compliance with that statute then, or what, where's the?
In my opinion, many of them, yes.
Interesting. Go. Thank you.
Are there other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this piece of legislation? Is there anyone who would like to speak against this legislation? I'm sorry.
I'm just returning the
Oh,
sign.
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Are you in opposition?
Okay.
timing was great.
Confused there for a minute here.
Commissioner, are you speaking against this legislation?
Yes.
Thank
Yep,
you.
yep. Breaking one of my rules, in opposition of everything Solomon Millet's in support of. Senator Beebe, Senator Representative House and Foss, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. I am Randy Liberty. I'm the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Corrections. Today, I'm providing testimony in opposition to LD 719, an act to amend the share of state funding for the county jail operations funds. County jails serve an important and unique role within the Maine's criminal justice system. As the primary detention centers for the state, the jails are frontline receivers of people who interact with the criminal justice system and are often responsible for the stabilization of people who are in elevated emotional and physical states. This is why jails are often referred to, and by myself frequently, as the emergency rooms of the criminal justice system. And these features mean that the counties are responsible for providing services that are unique to their role, and those services present challenges that are distinct from those faced by the Department of Corrections. I served for 26 years at the Kennebec County Sheriff's Office, and for 9 of those, I was the elected sheriff, and 5 years prior to that, I was the chief. So I'm very aware of the challenges that are faced. I also worked at Somerset County in the jail as an officer for 5 years. I served on the Board of Corrections, which was the predecessor of the Standards Committee now that's in play. And I also served on the Professional Standards Committee for 3 years. I share this to make it clear to you that I'm aware of the challenges that are faced by the counties. I was even involved in the most recent efforts to update the state's share of the county jail funding in 2022, when the administration worked collaboratively with those representing the Maine Municipal Association, the Maine Sheriffs, county government, lobbyist firms, and legislators to support increase in funding of the jails from 18.5 million to the current 20.4 million. Unfortunately, the administration cannot support the increase in funding outlined in the proposed for 2 primary reasons: lack of available fiscal resources and lack of support for the increase as proposed. For the first bill before you, the bill before you increases the state share of funding from the county jails from 20.4 million, not including the 4 million of the biennium, to 35% of the total cost of operating county jails. Based on the county's estimated cumulative cost breakdown, the total cost of operating the jails is approximately 129 million, as you previously heard, making 35% of the cost approximately $45 million, which means this bill would increase the state share of county jail funding by about 24.7 million. That is an increase that more than doubles the current state share of county jail funding. By now, everyone is aware of the tight fiscal environment that we're operating in, and this poses a challenge. Second, the proposed statutory language is unclear about who determines the overall cost of operating the county jails. The overall cost put forward by the counties totals 129 million. However, the administration requires more transparency on those numbers from each individual county that up to the total cost. The administration has asked for a transparent breakdown of how each county calculates the overall cost. With this clarity in the statute who determines the cost, an obligation of 35% of the overall cost presents an unpredictable fiscal impact to the state. If costs at the county level were to suddenly rise with no explanation, who would be responsible for validating that increase? Furthermore, the information the administration is seeking is subject to legal requirements established by the legislature as shown below, requirements that are not fully complied with now, despite requests by the department. And those are, as indicated in my testimony, 38 MRS 1662, requiring the jails to submit comprehensive financial audits to the DOC for the purpose of reporting to the legislature. Title 34A MRS 1402, requiring counties to submit financial data, enabling the commission to establish appropriate use of state funds. And lastly, Title 34A MRS 1208B, requiring the counties to adhere to special mandated financial policies and submit timely financial reports. The administration has also repeatedly asked the counties to collaborate to find savings. While it's nice to hear of recent efforts toward that collaboration,
Many of those conversations have been in the works for decades with no tangible outcomes. Just as the legislature expects state agencies to be transparent about the cost increases in our budget proposals, the county should also be expected to provide a clear accounting of the basis of their funding needs. Without the clear accounting, the administration has no ability to properly evaluate that the counties are underfunded. The funding obligation provided in the proposal comes with no accounting obligations or validation requirements of how it is used. Without that kind of transparency, it's very difficult for the administration to support any proposed increase in county jail funding, especially an increase with the magnitude provided in this proposal. Despite this opposition, Maine Department of Corrections and the Mills administration remain invested in supporting the county jails and building on a history of good faith and collaborative efforts to address their funding needs. We continue to come to the table as partners and feel that good progress has been made during the recent County Corrections Professional Standards Council. We look forward to continuing our conversations to how best support the counties with their operations. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the commissioner? Yes, Representative Hasselfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, how do you propose we sort of alleviate those accountability and transparency concerns to find that, you know, that efficient number that is transparent, that is justified by the procedures, and figure out, you know, where that fair number is to then have that discussion of should it be property taxpayers or, you know, general fund taxpayers?
Several of us in the room served on the Board of Corrections, and the Board of Corrections was an exhaustive review of a few things. We broke that committee into several working groups. One of the working groups was the budget working group. And Scott Ferguson, who's in the room now, is the subject matter expert historically, and I think he is today with what's happening in Kennebec County. He served both as the financial director of DAFs for DOC, and now he's the manager at Kennebec County. And so during the work session, I think we include him in the discussion. But during the Board of Corrections, each one of the individual budgets was reviewed. We vetted it. We determined if they were out of the norm. Give you an example, maybe the typical meal in the counties is $1.35. Some of those counties were at $3.35. And so that allowed us to do analysis on that, on maybe medication, maybe phone service, maybe on salaries. That exhaustive sort of review is critical to make an informed decision. Right now, we don't have that. The Professional Standards Committee hasn't done that sort of in-depth work. They lean on Scott to do some of the collection of the data, but the depth and the audits and finding norms and finding who's out of the norm, who's charging too much, who's not charging enough. Those are the sorts of things that we need to do. Really drill down on the numbers and to see where we are and what the need may be.
Are there other questions? Yes, Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So hearing what you just said and hearing a previous recommendation about a potential resolve to study, the first introduction of the phrase friction point heard by these ears was introduced by you a couple of weeks ago. Is this one of those friction points that we're talking about?
It absolutely is a friction point. And the challenges of managing a county correctional facility are obvious and unquestioned. The question of transparency and the ability to really set aside the time that's necessary to drill down on budgets and to see where we really are is critical. And I think we have the right people in the room to do that, but it takes time to do that. And just the presentation of a request of this magnitude it's inappropriate, I feel. I mean, we really need to drill down on the numbers. There are some things that happen. I was involved with county government when Governor Baldacci came in and did the audits and was talking about having one system and the states managing the county jails. I was there also. And I was part of that. And when DAFs came down and audited all of our books and tried to figure that out, that was an attempt to find those efficiencies that can be obtained through everybody working collaboratively. When I visit Rhode Island DOC, they're on a 50-acre campus, the county jails and the state prison system are together, and they find efficiencies that way. Something like we talk about Oxford County having a difficult time in paying for boarding, There's a thing that we talked about in the Board of Corrections was marginal cost. So if we're paying, if Oxford County is paying, I'm not sure what they're paying, where they're boarding their residents, but if they're paying $150 a night for a bed day, the reality is that bed doesn't cost that. If you have a 64-bed unit and you only have 40 people in that unit, to add an additional body is really only 3 bowls of soup, right? The lights are on, the heat's on, the staff is there. They're just occupying a bed that's already there, unless there's enhanced medical costs or whatever. So some of this is we could collaborate better with the counties. If you have empty beds that don't necessarily cost you $150, that's a way to assist. We helped in Kennebec County, Franklin County, they're overcrowded without charging. But each individual facility is self-serving, right? They're not one system. So the county in which is receiving the residents, they count on that revenue. Where it hurts the sender, but that's really unearned money. I understand this, right? And we talk about that and the fairness of that, and why should Cumberland County be housing Oxford County's residents for $20 an hour when they're paying it? It's very complex. You have 16 counties with that are self-interested in how they can make their budgets or not. And so that's the challenge without having a unified system. And there's a lot of things like that. You know, it could be the transportation hub. 10 years ago, we had a really good transportation hub that was run by Penobscot County. So a Aroostook County resident had to go to MCC. The Aroostook County transport officer would only go as far as Penobscot. And then Sheriff Morton would hold them for a day or two until they were going down to, and there's no empty van traveling from MCC all the way to back to Holton empty. So the collaborating is so important, and any way we can encourage that and find ways we can for efficiencies and savings, because we know budgets are really death by 1,000 cuts. If you can save 5,000 here, 10,000 there, cumulatively we're saving money that makes good sense. So I think there's a lot of work that has to be done, but I think we really need to drill down, look at the finite points of each individual budget, and it takes a lot of work. Scott Ferguson did that well, and it was difficult to do with a committee of other accountants and to try to figure out where we could find norms, where we could find savings. Oxford County and Franklin County, we did an assessment of what's the cost to house a resident at Cumberland County, at Somerset County, at York County, the most modern, efficient facilities with direct supervision. So maybe 1 officer to 65 residents. Very efficient, very modern, very hands-on contact with the residents. At the smaller facilities, Oxford and Franklin, is determined that although it may be $125 a night for Cumberland, it might be approaching $300 a night for Franklin County. So the Board of Corrections determined that we could do temporary housing units, and I'm hearing boo and hiss from Franklin and Oxford, but they became temporary facilities that held people for 72 hours, and the longer-term residents went to the more efficient. We were able to save several $1 million by doing that, lowering staffing, being more efficient, and sending that $3 million around the system to relieve this complex. There's a lot to this. We spent a lot of time, many, many decades. How can we be more efficient? How can we save more money? How can we figure this out? So it's complex.
Are there other questions? Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, when's the last time that there's been like real comprehensive look at some of the things that you're just speaking about, like how to really maximize those efficiencies, make sure that, we're not duplicating efforts when we don't need to, and that sort of thing?
So I think the Professional Standards Committee right now, they've been in existence for 3 years. I served for 2.5 on that committee, still trying to get their legs under them a bit, I think. The real work doesn't happen in that 2-hour meeting once a month. The real work happens in those work committees, right? Those working groups that are working 5, 6, 7 hours a month to try to gather the data, and then making a proposal to those people for the vote that have the authority to make things happen. Something else that's a challenge. One of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to ensure that the county jails don't exceed their rated capacity. If a facility has 165 beds, if they have 200 residents, that's a problem. 30 people are sleeping on the floor when we have 600 empty beds in the system. So we try to nudge, encourage, please come into compliance, do it softly. Do I have to be the commissioner that comes in with a stick and eliminates your funding? Is that the commissioner we want to have in state government? That's not where I want to be, but we haven't been able to do that. We haven't been able to manage some of the overcrowding without apparently moving to the next step and having to do some enforcement, which I don't want to do. I'd love to be able to work collaboratively with people and figure this out. But the existing committee hasn't had the ability, that committee, to say, we need to figure this out and then figure it out. Right? And so then then the committee says to me, well, you have the authority to bring out the stick and eliminate some of the funding. Is that where we want to be? I hope not. I can do it. What's the guidance of the committee? You know, so.
Senator Seaway.
So my confusion is that, you know, the county, they've been kind of held at a standstill there on how much money they're receiving. And the state, they released a quarter of their prisoners, and then their budget stayed the same. So how's that work when, I mean, to me, that this should have made that difference and brought them up at that time, and it really would have helped the whole system. But now they're trying to catch up, and so what's the explanation there?
So the state didn't release any residents. None were released. There was a slowdown for both the county and the state system in the judiciary. So when we had COVID, things slowed down and they weren't prosecuting as much. And so that allowed releases to happen as they were scheduled, but the state didn't release any residents as a result of COVID. We haven't done any of that. When their release date's up, they're released and that's it. The judiciary slowed. That's what lowered the numbers. And so both the state and the counties benefited from that, in that both of the populations significantly decreased.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak against this piece of legislation? Is there anyone that would like to speak neither for nor against this legislation?
Don't go to pages.
Good afternoon, Senator B.B. Center, Representative Hassenfuss, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Troy Morton. I'm the Sheriff of Penobscot County and Vice President of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Your Maine sheriffs have taken a position of neither for nor against LD 719, an act to amend the share of state funding for County Jail Operations Fund. I'm going to shorten up my testimony based on what I heard today from our county officials that I thought perhaps laid this out better than I've heard in a very long time. Commissioner Millett's layout of where we've been and the challenges that we've had over these past couple of years really, to me, brought this forward. I thought the follow-up conversations, while sometimes sheriffs get nervous about other county officials talking about what are driving those costs, I thought it was nailed today. I think they did an excellent job. The other part is I wanted to be on your side for just a few minutes to ask the Commissioner Liberty some questions, but we'll refrain for another day. I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to do that. Us taking a position neither for nor against provides us the opportunity to ensure members of the committee are educated on why jails perpetually ask the state for more funding. We also recognize that there are 3 funding bills facing the committee in this session alone. We've already supported one, and we didn't want to cause any confusion by supporting multiple bills. Maine sheriffs have already voted unanimous to support one other bill. Before this language was even released, or this bill was even released. It is imperative that you know we are not in opposition of this bill or the funding source. If this committee chooses to support LD 719, we will be grateful, and we will work with you on that. As members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice Public Safety, we trust that you will recognize that Maine jails need your assistance in recalibrating how the state pays for county corrections. If you find LD 719 is the right path, Maine sheriffs will work together to ensure the bill moves forward, as we will with any bill that fairly allocates state funding for county jails. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm pleased to answer any questions that you may have now or certainly during the work session.
Any questions? There might be one coming.
Yeah.
Representative McIntyre.
Hopefully I'm asking the right person, because I'm trying to work through what in my head is representing some conflicting information. So, well, don't let me go too sideways because this is a public hearing. What is the berthing capacity of the Penobscot County Jail?
What is the current capacity?
Yeah.
So we are state rated for 157.
What's the current occupancy?
About 250, so it varies. We board out every day about 80 to 90 inmates a day. We also not counted in those numbers, much to the good work that criminal justice and our entire criminal justice system has done over the past 3 or 4 years, was to increase our pretrial status. In Penobscot County, we have 105 individuals out every day that are in pretrial status. Those that perhaps are low risk, no risk, better served in the community with a soft hand on their shoulders to make sure that they're doing the things they do. Some of them are on a couch, some of them are in a school somewhere, and some are actually working. The sad thing, I think somebody mentioned this earlier, I think it was Senator Searway, I'm a little concerned that the pendulum has swung so much that we're taking greater chances on individuals being released, and hence we're seeing a higher rate of those in failure, whether it's violation of probation, violation of bails, or certainly violation of our pretrial contracts. I apologize.
No, that's fine. How many are currently pending transfer to the Department of Corrections?
Currently pending, I think we only have 2. That changes from week to week, depending on the sentencing of the court. About in Penobscot County, we're almost 90% pretrial, meaning that 90% of the individuals in our custody have not been found guilty. I will tell you, the leading person in the Penobscot County Jail exceeds 890 days. 890 days and has not been found guilty yet. And this is not on a murder charge, which we understand takes longer. This is not that.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Wow. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I hope you'll come to the work session.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak neither for nor against?
Good afternoon, Senator BB Center and Representative Hassenfuss and members of the Criminal Justice Committee. I'm Scott Ferguson, formerly the Service Center Director for the Department of Corrections for 15 years and currently the Kennebec County Administrator. I just wanted to provide some clarification on our current submission for the biennial budget. We had submitted an initiative back in August prior to the Bureau of the Budget deadline of September 1st. The initiatives were focused on mental health, medical, and substance abuse and MAT. And the submission was for $14 million in each of the fiscal years 26 and 27. By the time that got translated to the governor's bill, it was reduced to $4 million. And that's what we received for the 25 supplemental. However, as I've testified in the past, and I have testimony that you should already have from me, is that was a number based on data from fiscal year 24. So by the time it materialized in 25, we basically had an initiative for 7.9 million, which then got reduced to 4 million. So as you can see, every time we submit an initiative through the budget process, it gets reduced. So that's all well and good. We're thankful for what we got because we would have had nothing. But I want to bring to your attention one thing that in my prior testimony to this and the Appropriations Committee is really a problem for county government. And that has to do with the funding formula. Okay, as has been talked about, the funding formula is based on county of origin population data that is generated out of the bars or the new gym system. And what the problem is right now I'm developing my fiscal year 26 budget. Now, I'm going to guess right now as to what the department is going to come up with as far as what that distribution is on the county of origin inmates, because that won't be done until July or August. So I'm putting a placeholder in right now in my budget, which will be done probably either this month or next month, in the hopes that that's what I'm going to get. So it's sort of like, you know, you writing checks out of your checkbook, not knowing how much income you're going to have. So that should be in the testimony that I've provided. You know, back when I moved here from New York under Commissioner Magnuson, my first assignment was to go out and audit the county jails. And we went to all 16. And people were not in favor of jail unification. I can attest to that because I went to every jail in the state. So here we are today. You know, when Commissioner Millett, he was my commissioner at one point, when he talked about scrubbing, it was me on my team that did the scrubbing with a few folks from the county jail. So, you know, the history is there. When it comes to data for counties and county jails, data does exist. There are two systems that are currently out there. One is called the CRAS system, now GIMS, which counties are required to report their revenue and expenditures every single month. Now, there's been claims that the data has not been updated, but since I've moved to the county, I've been sort of on the counties about doing their reporting so that they can get the funding, because the funding is tied to them being diligent in their reporting. So when I last looked, I think it was last Thursday, they were reported mostly through December and most in January as well. Okay. We're going to report February. Normally, when the Board of Corrections was in place, the requirement was that you report by the 21st of the following month. So we're pretty up to date. The other system that is out there is used to be called BARS, and that's the bed availability reporting system, and that was to be used to see what the bed populations were in each jail. And there are various statistics in that reporting system of, you know, people being housed from other facilities, the types of inmates. That's not my area, but I know Sheriff Brackett has been involved in revamping that system. So, you know, when we talk about data, there is data out there. What I see as the problem is there's nobody to manage it. I have advocated before this committee, and also I've asked my predecessor or my successor to advocate for a position within the Department of Corrections to manage the BARS and the CRAS data, to review it, look it over, make sure it's complete and accurate. Now, you know, it's great to put a council in place. It's great to put a Board of Corrections in place. But who's actually going to sit down and look at that data every single month to make sure it's consistent and accurate? Are they reporting on the same lines, or have they moved something? You know, when you talk to me, you're going to get in the weeds a little bit because that's what I do. So, you know, two things I would like you to take away is one, I feel that there's a need for someone, and I think it should be in the Corrections Service Center under DAFs, to analyze county jail data because the system resides with the state. Those two systems, bars and CRAS and now gyms. And the other thing too is to fix the funding formula because it is making it difficult for counties to figure out what kind of funding they're going to be getting from the state. So that's the conclusion of my testimony. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Nobody
Seeing
likes
none.
talking to the numbers guy.
Is there anyone else that would like to testify neither for nor against this bill? Seeing none? Okay. We're done. Thank you. Yes, Senator Searway.
I just, before everybody leaves, I just had a question. I know, we talked about possibly tabling it and for the work session and maybe having a group try to come up with something for the work session. I don't know if that's a thought for our group. I just wanted to bring that up.
Representative Hasselfuss.
I view this issue as far too large to deal with in the interim between the public hearing and the work session. I think the work session, I'm hoping for the work session, we can get all of the minds together to develop a plan to move forward. My thought is a resolve or a study with a report back next year to be able to then report out a bill, something like that. How that looks, what that study looks like, I don't know. Do we need money for it? Who's going to run it? How's it going to be run? What are the meetings going to look like? I think these are a lot of questions that if we can get preparation for that for the work session to have the structure of what this working group could look like to help us resolve all of these problems, that would be of huge help.
Other thoughts? Okay. Yep, it is a path. And it sounds like it's very much needed.
Who's willing to take charge and and get this for a zero fiscal note?
I think okay, thank
I'd
you.
be happy to see if I can contact somebody from the sheriff's and Department of Corrections to see if we can come up with an idea of what a resolve might look like. I don't know if that's appropriate for me to jump up and just do that, but.
No, that's fine.
That's fine.
I think.
Good jumping up.
Yeah, I think in the committee's willing to hear ideas and proposals and meet with people and whatnot, and then we could have future discussions in a work session, but it's gonna take a little bit of work to figure out how to move forward.
But I think we can do it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, committee. Again, Jim Cohen. The 2022 legislation that we talked a little bit about earlier was a bill. It was Representative Charlotte Warren's bill.
Okay, sure.
And it was presented, well, it was to be presented in 2021. That was COVID session, and it was carried over to 2022. During that interim, I served as a facilitator with the department, with the commissioners. I was working on behalf of the county commissioners, the Sheriff's Association, Maine Municipal Association, as well as the chairs of the committee and the leads, and people attended when they could.
Okay.
But the goal, and that resulted in that 2022 legislation. So there are probably a number of directions this might go.
Is that something we should look back at and?
It might be helpful, or I'm happy to talk more about it, but I think there's a history of collaboration among the parties.
Okay.
To try to address what maybe the committee is looking at. That could be a resolve, recognizing that sometimes resolve have fiscal notes and they don't go anywhere.
Yep.
Or maybe we agree to voluntarily meet and achieve some of the same thing without legislation and carry the bill over. These are all strategies that you could
Okay.
consider.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And Will, could you, for the work session, just kind of gather all of the ancillary issues with, the the working groups and the commissions and all of that stuff to try to steer us in, more of a singular path. Understanding that the idea behind this is to figure out how to get a fair allocation for, county jails and maximize efficiencies.
And also something to build on. We also,
Final budget piece of real thing come up.
I thought we didn't have to vote on it.
We need to decide whether to move it in that one.
I thought we did.
The formula, just the formula. Like one budget item.
Yeah, we still have a budget.
Yeah, I think
We
we're
need- Is it a vote or is it?
Yeah, it's a recommendation.
It's a recommendation.
Yeah. So, but you can always put a memo to issues.
Yeah, it's just that.
Yeah, just that.
And that's the final budget. item. We're one budget. item.
Yeah.
You want to come up and lead us?
I was just gonna say, it hasn't been up to Oxford in a while.
The map.
Yeah.
We need 5 minutes.
The caucus?
No.
You want a caucus?
Yeah, let's both take a caucus.
That's the only.
Then whatever and.
Oh, yeah,
We have one more item that we need to finish. Okay, committee, we have one more item that we need to deal with.
Let's take a.
5 minutes.
break, And we'll take it up in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Let's. No caucus. I see we are missing a few members here.
A few.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick and then we can meet in the office and caucus. You wanna?
Okay.
Representative.
Yeah, we do, super water regulator, this area.
Is you used to do the emergency results.
Yeah.
Back when I wanted to go or not.
Right.
Because I continue to for us.
Yeah,
sure.
Followed. Indeed.
Pretty scary.
At least what I saw.
I'm not sure. Oh, she's right here.
We're done.
We're not done.
Oh.
We're gonna take your caucus. Some people have to go to bathroom.
You did that.
And we're gonna come back and.
A lot of people, it's the explanation. How we came up with these different ones. So I don't know how it's appropriate to get it to that. I just hand it to you.
Yes, or you just hanging around initially talking about it, or.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I don't live too far away, so I'm gonna just see after a quick talk, that's right.
Yeah.
We'll be 5 minutes.
Yes, only 5 minutes to get through, we'll quickly address this. Is there anything specific, I mean, easy for the complexity, get into the left, sorry, a lot of pages with no pages.
Well, and I guess it was one of those things where it was asked and I'm trying to answer.
Oh, for sure, yeah, I'm not.
And so I don't think that there's a whole lot that anybody can quickly absorb out of this.
Yeah.
But I just want to show them that this was provided as the support
So if anyone thought that we just came up with these numbers out of the air, right? Scott Ferguson did one with legwork to pull that together. Okay, so. I guess it's for, whatever they do with it is. Without that, yeah. I figured it gives you.
Are we ready? Okay.
Sorry, in the interim too,
Yep.
we're provided some additional documents. One is related to the Long Creek facility related to some of the costs there from this morning. I know for now, we're not really on that topic. It's more about the county jails operating costs.
Okay.
But Administrator Curtis also provided us with another document. That's this stapled version right here, which is 11 pages long, which kind of goes into more detail about, you know, how are these costs tracked and how have they been communicated in the past as to like, what is the actual amount that the counties are asking for?
Okay.
So that's, you know, the number's not coming out of thin air essentially. But so those are just two documents you've received in the meantime. But yeah, so we have one initiative left remaining, which is obviously on page 23 of our packet, reference 779, funding for county jails for medication assisted treatment and medical care recently mandated.
How should we proceed?
Any discussion? Do you have any discussion?
Please.
Discussion. I guess I'd start with talking just a short amount about the bill that we just heard that seeks to set some kind of fairness percentage or total, that I, for one, and I think many of us don't believe we're at an appropriate amount of funding. I think it's woefully short funded by the state government. It's funded by property taxes to a large extent.
Yep.
I know as a member of the town council in Oakland that when the taxpayers come to me and complain about their taxes, they don't care specifically whether it's town or school or county. They just would like it to be less.
Mm-hmm.
As the state has opportunities to garner taxes from a variety of sources that are less onerous than property tax. So if my so at some point that bill that we just heard, I think is going to be really helpful, but not until the budget of 2028 or 2029 and the next 2 year in the biennium. It's not going to be really of any help at all, because by the time we get there, it'll be, those 2 years will be gone. So in order to fill in the shortage or part of the shortage in the next biennium for county jails, we know that they asked for a total of approximately, was it 30 million? In addition to the 20 million, they asked for an additional 29 million or 14 and 15 for just simply for the medical
MAT.
portion. So I have no heartburn at all of increasing the 4 million per year to a number that would be similar to what they were asking for, which I think is justified and it doesn't even address the overall cost of jail. So my proposal is to change that 4 million and 4 million to 13 million in the first year and 15 million in the second year. And then it will go to the Appropriations Committee. That would be my suggestion. Then it goes to the Appropriations Committee and they can continue to put it on the property owner or they can fix it.
Yeah.
And I think it's all about priorities. I think the budget, almost $12 billion state budget that we have, has room for money to fund the jails in a more proper fashion. It just depends on whether we choose to do that. So I'm in at the
You making a motion?
leaving the 20 million the way it was, 20,300,000, that number the same in each year, and changing the two
Years.
additional amounts to 13 million in the first year and 15 in the second year, and that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, Representative.
Well, I'm willing to move that number up a little bit. I don't think I can get to 13 million, and I would like to do it only for fiscal year 26. I'm hoping that for fiscal year 27, the bill that we just heard, we can have some sort of plan that is more than just throwing numbers at a wall, at the wall and hoping they're there. I think what would it take to get to the 20% for fiscal year 26? It would be 132 ballpark. Equals to 26 if we,
Well, if we have a motion on the floor, should we take a vote on the motion and
do we have a motion? I don't know. Oh,
Yep. in a second?
We haven't been.
Yeah, I think I could move to like go up a couple million to get that to the 20% for fiscal year 26 and intentionally leave fiscal year 27 off to hopefully get this working group together to say, in the supplemental budget for next year, like hopefully we can get a plan put through there. That would be my preference.
So should we vote on the motion on the floor?
And if there's no other comments, I think we're ready to.
It's okay.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Representative Nutting said it well, is about the taxpayers have really had a hit lately on their property tax, and not to mention about the senior citizens as well. And so, they had big increases on county because of the state police pulling off on call sharing. That really put a big hit on us on county government, and so this is just going to be another hit. So I think that it's important that the state takes some responsibility here. So that's why I'm kind of going for this. So thank you.
So technically, we have a motion and a second on the floor. We can continue to discuss. Yes, Representative?
Because this is a budget line item, not necessarily a bill, should we vote that line item out of the budget? Because it doesn't sound like anybody wants to stay at the exact 4 million on there. Vote that line item out of the budget. It sounds like Representative Nutting wants to put in, I don't want to speak for you as far as numbers wise go, but the 14 or whatever was asked for from this testimony here. And then I would be willing to find a number that for the first year, the biennium goes up to the 20% threshold, which I think is about 3 million. So I think I could say put 3 million for that first year. So we would have a no vote essentially on the line item as is, with two sort of separate votes, one saying it should be 9.6 and 10.3 or whatever the request was there. I don't want to speak for Representative Nutting. And then the other one being 3 in just this next fiscal year.
Yes, Representative Nutting.
Thank you. I think it's up to Will to craft a letter so that that right now I'm hearing there are two changes to be made to the budget, and that one, whatever the number is, and there may be more, but right now there's 2, and that gets reported in a letter
I
that
think
the
that's right.
Appropriations Committee can take for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Are you good with doing that, Will?
That is, but just some clarifications. So I know you're trying to, Representative Hasenfuss, get back to that 20% number as was provided to us. That's kind of been trailing down. So is 3 million, is that your final, is there work that needs to be done on that number, or?
I think that the 3 million will work, but let me just do a little bit of.
And I can look at that later too, and
But Matt, yeah,
as long as that's the general.
I think we can cap it at 3 million. That should get us I think we can cap it at 3 million. That should get us pretty close to that 20%. Might not be perfect, but it'll be there. I mean, and we saw it was 19 and 25 and whatnot. So I think the 3 million is a good step getting up to 20%.
And then for fiscal year 27, no increase.
No increase with the specific understanding that LD 7,
19,
whatever,
yeah.
719 that we just looked at.
Right.
The intent of that is to hopefully get a better way to account for and distribute funds to the county jails. And hopefully we'll have that by next year.
Okay. Then Representative Nutting for yours was 13 million in 26 and 15 million in 27. Okay. That's all the information I need.
Okay. So should we hold off voting and wait till the letter, or should we vote?
I think.
And the
I
letter
think
will
Will
go to
needs to know
AFA?
how we all voted and
Yeah.
then
Okay,
he passes that along and we're done.
okay.
Yeah.
So the first motion is on the floor with a second. The nutting
It would.
motion.
Okay.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
Okay.
Okay. And we technically do have a quorum. Interesting.
We'll have to tell the members who weren't
Yeah,
here,
we
instruct them
will.
on what the two different possibilities were.
So
And they
it's
also
gonna take a
can,
bit, take a
can do their
while.
own.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can potentially, not potentially, I can do an addendum to, it's due tomorrow.
I know,
But if
that's.
additional information comes
Good.
in, I can add that to it. So
Okay. Do we have another motion?
I think we just need a motion to adjourn, right?
no, I think for a second report,
I think
would
you're.
still want to see who signed
you
on to
want your-
yours.
Oh,
Yeah.
the other thing. Yeah, that's the other.
Do you want to state? it?
Yes, I will move that we increase that from 4 million to 3 million for line item, which, whatever that line item was. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah.
Okay,
But do you still want to make them,
do you,
you're removing that and you're making a motion on it. I mean, do you still want to,
Yes, I'll move that into the budget that that line item is out. It is replaced with 7 million instead of 4 million. And that it's only for the first year of the of the,
26.
only for the 26th year of the new budget cycle.
Is there a second to that? Okay,
I'll second it.
all those in favor?
thank you.
All those opposed? Okay. Are
Okay.
you good, Will?
Yep, that's good for me.
Okay, are we ready to adjourn? Okay, second. It's over.